Ich bitte Ruhe im Saal. Ich darf
Silence, please. I would like to ask Sandra Pelzmann and Alexia Stoefer to call the meeting to order.
Vielen Dank an die Assistenz.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I call the meeting to order. It's actually the last session, the last meeting, and my deputy is going to introduce the meeting and give us some organizational remarks. We're going to proceed like before. In the first 10 minutes, the Congress management is going to outline the case and point out the key questions. 2, this will be followed by interviews with the respondents. The jury is going to ask the questions. The jury consists of Fariba Mosley, Robert Falder, Svenja Flasspöhler, and Sophia Süß-Milch. The interview will take 20 minutes. 5 minutes are basically going to be spent on the clarification of basic questions, and number 4, the following 15 questions will be reserved for questions asked by the jury. The Council of the Republic will then have the opportunity to ask questions, and at the end of the interview, one jury member is going to summarize the statements made. Please observe the time limits, and also please be respectful. In the event of any violations, we're going to remind you of the rules of procedure. Please also refrain from applauding or making any expressions of dissatisfaction. Also, I would like to point out that within the meeting, descriptions of psychological and sexualized violence are going to be made, so a trigger warning is issued both for the audience in the room and for those watching the live stream. This brings us now to the third case, session number 3, the Rammstein case, Me Too in the music industry, prejudgment, and the lyrical first-person narrator. And the chair now has the floor. Thank you very much.
Till Lindemann.
This is the last case that we're going to deal with during this weekend. The headline could also be reporting on the basis of suspicion only, and also the lyrical first-person narrative. The facts of the case are like that. In March 2023 and also in June, the lead singer and also the solo artist Till Lindemann was confronted with media allegations made by a couple of women. One woman, she was called Shelby Lynn, posted on Twitter that she had been asked to perform sex with him, but she refused. The second report was by Süddeutsche Zeitung, and it was said that a couple of women were invited to after-show parties where mutual sex happened. In June 2023, Kippenhauer and Witch publishing company terminated their contract with him, and a book he wrote that was called In stillen Nächten had apparently been used as props, and the court at Cologne dismissed with this because apparently there were no criminal offense consequences, so therefore moral inappropriate actions could not justify the termination of a contract. The public prosecutor's office also decided not to follow up on the case, so this was not brought to a court, simply because no witness or alleged victim was willing to make a statement. In July 2023, one woman in Austria, specifically at SIP 1, anonymously raised allegations against a singer, and she maintained that she and other women were invited to a hotel room and then she was hit on her buttocks. The public prosecutor's office of Vienna said for lack of facts, no investigations would be continued. So the facts of the case point to the fact that the right to artistic freedom may just be restricted and limited in exceptional cases. The text of the lyric, first-person narrator, produced by Till Lindemann, are part of his artistic performance and are therefore covered by artistic freedom. They are covered by the Constitution, and moreover, the Constitution and also civil law and criminal law provisions protect all human people, also public individuals, against any infringements of their personality rights. So these people, famous people in other words, in layman's term, will need to tolerate more. However, the fundamental right here, the personal sphere, but also the presumption of innocence, of course, also apply to them. On the other hand, fans are, of course, free to meet up with artists in any space, in any room. However, if they become a victim of a sexual assault or other sexual offense, the Austrian law, like many other legal systems, state that, of course, damages can be filed and allegations can be brought to court. And they not just have to turn to newspaper or television stations. And the fact that these women did not report any or did not file any reports with the police brings the lawyer in me to the following conclusions. We should not raise the penalties, something that has been continuously happened recently, but rather we should focus on the criminal proceedings in court, and we should even go beyond that. So the way things are, the situation is quite clear. This is, of course, a situation that is far from satisfactory. It is high time that the right to file a complaint no longer stays with the police and is at the exclusive discretion of the public prosecutor's office. Rather, what we need is a, let's say, institution that should be specifically set up, some kind of body institution. It could be the public prosecutor's office, however, a special unit. But the main actor should not be the criminal police authorities, the way things are right now. The facts of the case also allow us to conclude that apparently women or people sufficiently trust the police, the criminal police, which means that in addition to criminal proceedings, we need separate proceedings. And in those proceedings, and I firmly believe that this is the case, the alleged victims would be put at the fore, and what happened to them, their future, what has happened to them, will be the greatest priority. And honestly, the alleged perpetrator should not be put center stage. That is what is happening now, and the victim is just a witness. And after the Congress, I'm more than ever convinced of the opinion that we should look beyond criminal proceedings and not so much focus on the penalty. And that brings me to the end. And at the end, we have questions, which is to say, the Rammstein case, Me Too in the music industry, that complies with the mandate asked we were to fulfill. Is still Lindemann's artistic work a call for sexualized violence against women and also a glorification of the culture of rape? Two, has Till Lindemann been permanently and even unfairly damaged due to statements and accusations that cannot be proven today? Three, did the Row Zero system obviously establish situations that encourage sexualized violence? And is it still ethically justifiable for organizers to stage large concerts with Lindemann and his band? And fourth, and that is the last question, is it ethically, or is the protection of the personality of prominent defendants generally dominant in suspicion-based reporting, so that the protection of victims should be strengthened? Thank you very much for your comments. Now, this brings me to the interviews. I would like to ask Marco Odoia briefly to read out the cancellations. Now, the following people did not follow the invitation issued by the Congress and therefore not present. Till Lindemann himself, the front singer of the Rammstein rock band, and his management has communicated the cancellation. Apparently, he's playing another gig today. Philip Potocki, second cancellation, manager of the event organizing company Arcadia Life. Cancellation without giving any reasons. Third cancellation, Shelby Lynn, singer. She indicated personal reasons and a schedule conflict. Fourth cancellation, Campino, frontman and singer of the band Die Toten Hosen. He did not respond at all to our invitation. Bella B, musician of the band Die Ärzte. Also no reply received. Thank you very much. Now this brings us to the interviews, and we're going to start with first respondent, Simon Bergmann, please.
Simon Bergmann is Rechtsanwalt und Partner in der Berlin.
Simon Bergmann is a lawyer and partner in the Berlin media firm Scherzberg Bergmann. He represents celebrities in press law disputes. He became known in particular for his representation of Till Lindemann, the singer of the band Rammstein. Bergmann has obtained several injunctions against the media outlets such as NDR and Süddeutsche Zeitung.
Könnten Sie uns Ihren vollständigen Namen nennen?
Could you give us your full name, please? Could you state full names? Yes. My name is Simon Bergmann. I am a lawyer. That's fine.
Presserechtliche Vertretung.
I was a representative of Till Lindemann in media law, but I did not represent him in terms of criminal law. Yes, thank you very much. I wanted to ask you if you have any professional personal relationships with the members of the jury. No. So my first question to you, what is your legal summary of this case? I think the case of Till Lindemann is certainly not suitable to be investigated in this forum, given what we're discussing here today, particularly when we're talking about whether or not art can be separated from the artist. I don't think the case of Till Lindemann is very suitable because Till Lindemann is not a perpetrator. He's never been proven to have engaged in any crime. Of course, I'm quoting from the criminal law proceedings against him. Of course, you can laugh about that, and I know the case very well. I have no problem with that, of course. I do. Unlike other cases like Roman Polanski, or as we've discussed in the last several days, where there were investigations and perpetrators have indeed been convicted. Here, this is not the case. There is no single case against Till Lindemann that has been proven. All of the charges have been dismissed, so we cannot really judge that in this context, and I think that the framing is wrong. Yes, thank you very much. I would like to ask the jury to pose the questions. First, Sophia, then Fariba, and then Svenja, please. Please, go ahead. Hello, Mr. Bergmann. So, this is exactly what we are talking about today, particularly reporting on the basis of suspicions in the context of Me Too. For example, what happens if these cases are not proven in a court of law? And what do we do? And I just want to read this out so I don't say anything wrong. No, is that okay? Okay, fine, nothing will happen. It's fine. So we want to talk about the difficulties in the world of art when it comes to Me Too cases. And of course, we're talking about suspicions and accusations. We have to start with aspects that are uncontroversial, that are not subject to discussion. We're talking about sex casting and after-show parties. There was, of course, founded suspicions of an abuse of power. You said that you would not approve of the recruiting system morally, particularly because this involved very young women. For example, Tillian Mann himself is 62 years old. And there were very young women involved here. So would you say that this type of reporting on the basis of suspicion is okay? Or do you think that there is an abuse of power that doesn't rise to the level of a criminal indictment? Yes. Yes. But the concept of abuse of power is very fuzzy. This can take place in all sorts of areas. You can level accusations such as these, but in terms of media law, there's not really much we can do. And as I recall, there wasn't any action taken here. There were accusations of sexual abuse, for example, roofies, etc., that were supposedly administered. And I don't think that the framing here is really a proper framing. And because this has nothing to do with sex, so this is, as I said, there's only suspicions that were reported that roofies were slipped into the women's drinks. So I think it's very important for me to point that out. When we're talking about reporting on the basis of suspicion alone, okay, so you can level accusations, you have to prove them. This is very difficult, as we know, particularly when you have a he said, she said situation. There have been reforms under criminal law, but we're dealing with media law, which is my area of specialty. We know that the press enjoys a privileged status. They're allowed to report on suspicions. But we all know that accusations are hard to shake. Many people will find it difficult to forget. Tillian Mann will be the victim of stigmatization throughout his life, and this will dog him for years to come. And case law says that the press can report on accusations if there is appropriate proof of these accusations. The press can investigate, of course, and of course the more serious the accusations are, the more stringent these restrictions are. And it's very difficult here, and he said, she said situations. You only have the comments of the supposed victim. It's very difficult for the press here to examine whether or not these accusations are enough. And in my opinion, this is not enough. This is insufficient because anybody could raise such accusations. We don't know if these are true. Allow me to interject here. I believe that Ms. Kachelmann had carried out a three-part podcast here, but I know that sometimes this does end up in tragedy, but we know that accusations in public are difficult to judge. But we know that there's a lot of reporting on false accusations, and there's too much emphasis on that in the media. I just wanted to put that into the discussion. Farüber, please. Yes, I wanted to talk about reporting on basis of suspicion, particularly for people who are not legal experts. So what is this type of reporting allowed to do and what is it not allowed to do, particularly in this case? And where are the fuzzy lines here? Where are the lines blurred? Well, they can only express a suspicion, and they cannot indicate that these are matters of fact. It's important to word these accusations appropriately.
Ist es eben das Problem, dass man nicht zu früh darüber berichten darf.
And it's also key not to report on this too early in the case.
Einfacher.
You can do this perhaps in parallel to a criminal case, and that is a bit easier, of course. In the case of Till Lindemann, there was press reporting that came out where there was no investigation that had been triggered. So the press was a co-accuser in a way. Mr. Lindemann unfortunately did not get the investigation that he might have deserved from the appropriate authorities. In this specific case, what was written that went above and beyond the concept of suspicion, of accusation, when you're talking about roofies, for example, maybe you can indicate what wording you found objectionable, and how would it have been better put? Well, there was Shelby Lynn, for example. They found women, for example, that had raised accusations, but these were not substantiated properly. I'm summarizing here, of course. Most of the women said I couldn't remember. I was sleeping, and when I woke up, he was laying next to me. But what happened in the meantime, I couldn't say. And this was the state of evidence at the time the accusations were leveled. And you cannot justify reporting of this kind on this basis. You have to have more evidence about what we know and what we don't know. And I've said accusations have a way of dogging a person for years to come.
Würden Sie der Aussage zustimmen, dass die Autonomie der Frau?
So my question has to do with women's autonomy. Wasn't their autonomy significantly restricted, partly because they were quite young, but not only? There was a targeted and systematic recruiting of these young women. Well, it's difficult for me to put myself in the shoes of these people because I was not part and parcel of this case in that way. I think that they could have said no at any time. There's a YouTuber who has said that the girls' cell phones were taken from them backstage. And maybe that's proof that they could not have called for help. But everybody knows who goes to a concert knows what happens backstage. So it is my opinion. Well, yes. Of course, this may have been a case with one or two girls, but I really cannot say for sure. Allow me to follow up. I have a feeling that you are trying to keep yourself out of the fray. But I'm saying that it was a targeted, systematic recruiting of these young girls. And that this is reduced the autonomy of all of the women that were involved. There was a system underpinning this recruiting. I think we're all in agreement on that. It was well structured and carried out in a very targeted way. It was very difficult for women to say no. It was designed to make it difficult for them to say no. Principally, maybe they would have been able to say no, perhaps, but the problem is that these women's autonomy was systematically extremely restricted. I would say very clearly no to that. We have to consider that these women actually applied, if you will, to be part of this group. They didn't go to a concert and point out the women and say, you're coming with us, because women decided to volunteer themselves. All of the women had said, as we know from the case, they knew what they were getting into. They knew that there may be sexual activity taking place backstage, and that's why they went there in the first place. Thank you. Sophia, please. I have a question about the freedom of art. We've said that Skidmore and Bihhat were fired You're saying that they should have known what they were getting into. So my question is, well, I have two questions actually. Do you see his lyrics as no call to perform violence on women and girls? Why wouldn't you publish anti-Semitic songs or racist songs? And when we're talking about violence against women, but this is possible because it's just part of our imagination. It's just a fantasy that we're spinning out. Do you see here this as an incitement to be violent against women? You're saying this is a first-person narrative. Why is that not the case for racism and anti-Semitism? I didn't say that, but this is that what you would say? I see this very differently. I think it's very clear to separate between the art and the artist. But we're talking about anti-Semitic or racist songs. If we were to allow those to be played in public, you could say this is a first-person narrator singing, and these people are not real. You have to separate the art from the artist. And these are listeners who can decide for themselves what they want to hear. So you can make different here, you can differentiate those. Well, separating the artist from the work, I think you have to look at that in a case-by-case basis. Well, what about racist and anti-Semitic songs? But that's not what I said. That's what I'm asking you. I want to know how this is different from sexism. Let's look at Wagner. He was an anti-Semite. And you could say, no, that we're not going to the Bayreuth Festival because we're not going to listen to his operas anymore. And I think we can separate that. When I'm talking about the content, I'm talking about the lyrics themselves. Lindemann has written texts and poems where he's talking about giving women roofies. And this is the accusation leveled by feminists. For example, if you are publishing these types of poems, and this was the outrage that came to light even before this scandal. Maybe we could have known. But you're saying that this is a first-person narrator and you can make a differentiation here, but no. My point is that in this case, you can allow racist or anti-Semitic songs to be played because then in that case you can also differentiate. Well, the difference with Mr. Lindemann is as follows. This poem, for example, but this was when he was very old, so he's matured in the meantime. Well, in this case, it hung around his neck because the accusations were substantiated in this way, that this poem existed. And they said that if somebody was going to write a poem like this, then we would also suppose that he would commit these crimes. Let me finish my sentence here. If you're looking at a gangster rapper, for example, okay, you could accuse that person of shooting people, stealing, etc. Of course, that does happen. Yes, but we have a presumption of innocence. We believe that you are innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. But what about the presumption of innocence? With a woman, for example, maybe we could assume that maybe she's not lying, or is that not a proper comparison? Yes, you are engaging in victim blaming, I think, but if you are saying that victims are lying, then that is blaming the victims. You can't prove any of these cases, but I think the question is allowable. So my question here is, if a perpetrator said he didn't do it, then in the other way around, if a woman said that I was given roofies, for example, then, as I logically see it, but maybe I'm wrong, you would have to say that she's lying. Somebody's lying. Tillemand didn't say, well, they're lying, but there was a controversy here. Here I would like to talk about investigative journalism. Of course, a media outlet needs evidence, reports of victims, for example, affidavits, for example. And then you have those, then you can begin to report on the issue, then you have a basis of suspicion. But when you have the indictment handed down, sometimes you have these explanations from the victims and they're no longer anonymous or protected.
Bequeme Lage.
Is this not a bit too convenient for the alleged perpetrator? Because
Bei Personen
in such cases,
Interesse in Machtgefügen uns auch bewegen, wo meist
we are witnessing a bounce of power with these celebrities where
aus einer anderen
victims
sprechen als in dem Fall Till
are
Stadien.
powerless compared to Mr. Lindemann. For example, he has a stadium filled with 10,000 fans on a daily basis. So perhaps
Macht es die Situation nicht einfach auch schwieriger?
doesn't this make the situation more difficult if you have to collect affidavits from the supposed victims when you know that afterwards you will be exposed to the public, for example, in a case where there may be a great deal of embarrassment on the part of the victim? Yes, of course, and of course this ties to the presumption of innocence, and Mr. Lindemann can only be declared guilty if he's found guilty in a court of law. And this also applies to the press. Yes, of course, there is a possibility to formulate suspicions on the basis of affidavits, but waiving that and doing away with that is very dangerous. I can only report on a current case in Berlin. You have 2 more minutes. This is Stefan Gebhardt, for example. He was suspected of committing a sexual assault. The public radio reported on this, and there was a lawsuit brought to the court for this. And it turned out that the supposed evidence was falsified. And this was an actress who turned out to be in the end. So you see what happens in these cases. So, Svenja, please. And of course, there are always examples that you can cite that cite just the opposite. Harvey Weinstein, for example, there are many cases, for example, where there was a great deal of suspicion, and some of those accusations turned out to be true. And there was a movement that was triggered where many people said it was extremely important. So you cannot say that reporting on the basis of suspicions is problematic. You only have 1 more minute, please. I have one question here. Would you agree with me if I said that Till Lindemann was certainly not convicted in a court of law, but maybe he was guilty in a moral sense? Well, this is something everybody has to judge for themselves. This is something you have to decide for yourself. I think it was morally something I could get behind, or that I think is okay. Would you think that O.J. Simpson killed his wife? I watched the Netflix documentary, and I really can't comment on that. Do you think it's unfair? It's difficult to defend yourself against these types of lawsuits if you don't have any money. A cease and desist case if you don't have money. If I could have 20 minutes here. This is something that I've heard, for example, that rich artists, of course, are battling poor women. We have Antonio Amadeo Foundation that offered to support women here, and it doesn't seem that they've been able to pay any attorneys for women in these cases. So, final statement, please. That's it. Yeah, reporting on the basis of suspicion is important, as I've said, but only under certain preconditions, and these must be upheld. Thank you very much, Mr. Bergmann. Yes, thank you. Goodbye.
Als zweite Auskunftsperson bitte ich Lena Kampf.
The second respondent is Lena Kampf. Lena Kampf is Deputy Head of Investigative Research at the Süddeutsche Zeitung newspaper. She previously worked as an investigative reporter at WDR and was part of the research cooperation between NDR, WDR, and Süddeutsche Zeitung. For her report on the #MeToo movement in the European Parliament, she received the Franco-German Journalism Prize in 2019. In 2024, she published a book, Row Zero, Violence and Abuse of Power in the Music Industry, together with Daniel Trepper. Could you please give us your full name? Lena Kampf. Do you have any professional or personal relationships with any member of the jury? No. My first question to you, what can you tell us about row 0? Well, row 0 is a kind of industrialized casting system, which is quite different from the way groupies were dealt with before. My colleagues and I carried out interviews with many women throughout Europe that have participated in that casting system. More than 20 women confirmed that this casting system was actually used, row 0, and almost everywhere it involved several players that apparently worked for him. Whether they were paid or not is something we do not know. There was a casting director who recruited women for the porno films that he made. So how did that recruiting system work? Whenever a concert was given, Lena Mageva, the casting director, addressed women via social media whether they would like to attend the after-show parties. Joe Leds, the DJ of the band, and also a trusted a friend of him, addressed women sitting in the front rows, and these women were, in most cases, huge fans. They idolized the band until the age structure, as far as we know, those women were very young. At the end of 20, you were actually too old. So up to 2024, that was the maximum age. And the casting system usually started by those women. They were joined in a group, and the casting director gave them recommendations and some tips as to what to wear. She sent photos, and Till apparently or allegedly picked those women. So it wasn't just the after-show parties, but also he had in mind to have sex with them later on. That became apparent in the interviews. And that is something that the lawyer until never contested. Fariba, first question, please. Well, I think in part you've already answered my question. Despite the legal investigations in Rammstein and Lindemann case, what is undisputed? What can you say? What are undisputed facts? Okay, the casting system, nobody has contested that. The only thing that was objected was that the sex was not mutual. Now, we won almost all the media claims. The only thing we cannot say is that the sex was not mutual. That is the only thing we cannot say. The roofie allegation was never made. We never reported on that. And from our point of view, we never reported on this suspicion. That is something that the court did not agree with us. Allegations were also raised against another member of the band. So one report had to be deleted because the women could not remember enough. We're talking about consensual sex here, by the way. So you heard what the lawyer, Mr. Bergmann, said. Anything you would like to respond or contextualize him? There is agreement when it comes to the fact that reporting on the basis of suspicion is valuable after all. So this is something that should be allowed. Just imagine that we were allowed to report on a case after a court decision has been made. And also in the case of political reporting, that would be disastrous. So the function of the role played by the press is, of course, very important. We need to observe the legal framework, the legal rules. We comply with them, and Mr. Lindemann has, of course, every right to appeal to all of this. So what we had to correct is that was sex that was not consensual. This is something we corrected. But the descriptions made by the women, those allegations made, is something we can continue to report on. Svenja, you made a specific distinction between the system of casting and being a regular groupie, something that existed in the 70s or 80s. The fact that rock stars had sex with their women fans. What about groupies? Is that something you object to on moral grounds? Do you think that is abuse of power, or is that at discretion of a woman? Okay, so from a moral point of view, I'm in no position really to comment this. Well, in the Lindemann case, what happens at the parties, backstage, how difficult it is for women to get out of this caste model. This is like Germany's Next Top Model. This is a multi-stage process. They have to hand in their picture, and then maybe they move on to the next round. And of course, that is a great promise for those groupies, the promise that they have a meet and greet, if it were, with their idol. And that is what makes this system so different. The fact that fans are addressed is common practice in the music industry. That is something we have described in our book. And to come back to the groupie system, or the fact that groupies started to contact their fans and whatnot in the 70s and 80s. That was a response, a resistance to the 50s and 60s. It had to do with the more liberating role of women. The only way they could participate in the system was as a groupie. Many women said they had a great time, and for them this was like a revolution, resistance against the tight morals of the 50s, but of course there were also a couple of cases. The baby groupies and some rock stars had sex with minors. The victims now say, well, this was not easy for me, and some of them have decided to file complaints. Next question. I fully agree with you that the system should be criticized, and this is something that has to be brought to the public, that those structures should be critically reviewed. My question is, from a feminist point of view, and criticism is, of course, an absolute must, but from a feminist point of view, would it be helpful, in addition, in the case of women, the awareness should be raised that it is their right. They have the right, after saying yes 3 times, that they still can say no at the end, because it is a question of autonomy. Especially women have been living in this patriarchy, and we have been told that it is our role to please men. Absolutely, absolutely. But that is a social problem, a societal problem. And what you said at the beginning, Alexia Strueva, to go beyond and to look beyond the boundaries of criminal law. In Germany, we don't have any opportunities to go beyond the criminal law. Abuse of power, that is something that is uncontested. Till Lindemann, of course, is well-to-do. He has all the money in the world to pay his lawyers, and the women were regular women, as it were. And that is something we should talk about. Do we want rock stars to behave like that? Do we agree with that? Well, we provide information and everybody can read up on that and be the judge of that. To come back to this suspicion-based reporting, in the case of Me Too, it's a bit difficult to report. Mostly it's a he said, she said case in comparison to corruption allegations where documents are leaked or accounts can be seen. So what makes those reports different and what could be changed in order to make this kind of reporting easier? Well, basically, I think the legal framework is quite sound. When you do your work properly and make sure that you do not report on things that cannot be verified at all. I don't really know what happened in a hotel room. I was not a witness of what happened there. The only people to know that is the woman and Till Lindemann. So this is not a fact. He said, she said. We check on the sources, and it is not just one interview, many different interviews, long interviews. We ask about pictures, we ask for chats, etc. So all of this is just, let us say, an approximation to the truth. We do not just blindly accept an allegation. We do not have forensic research methods like the public prosecutor's office, but in that case, the casting system came clear after a short while only, and it was described and confirmed that the casting system works in the same manner in all the various cities. What happened afterwards, whether the sex was consensual or not, is something we can just see, or we can just go back to the statements made by the woman. In the one case, a woman in Vienna who was age 20 or so, she was invited to a hotel room by the casting director. She drank a lot of alcohol and has a hard time remembering what has happened. Later on, she woke up in a hotel room. He was lying on top of her. So the entire story is told by the woman only, so those are not hard facts. And allegedly, he asked her, "Should I stop?" And she did not know. That's what she said. She did not know with what he should stop. So she didn't even know whether she consented or not. That is very important. And this is, of course, very difficult for her as well, because she cannot remember. She was not sure as to what has happened. And many of these women say it took them a while to cope with the glorification of their idol. So that took a while. This woman said she protected him for quite some time and afterwards went to another concert of the band. Sophia, do you think that if we were to tell men or boys more often, it's not okay to slip a roofie into a woman's drink so that she cannot remember what happens, or you should ask a woman for her consent? Do you think it would be helpful in the prevention of such cases? Because I do believe we have to tell boys and men that this is very important. Once again, that's a societal issue. It's about boundaries and setting boundaries. But apart from that, I would say that this case has to do with the image of and reputation of rock stars. A rock star is expected to behave like a bad boy. That's something the audience expects of them. And that is really his role to transgress borders, to go beyond conventional borders and boundaries. And all rock bands have groupies, and it's common practice that rock stars sleep with their groupies. So regular boys are, of course, in a different position. I would contradict this, but okay. Fariba. Yesterday we talked about silence, being silent in connection with another case. Now, during your investigations, I'm sure you have tried to find your way into the Rammstein case, carry out interviews with numerous victims, alleged victims. So what about silence? Well, Rammstein, this is a very complex system. This is a collective, and it's very tight. But actually, we had access to voice messages that the crew sent. I brought one along, a transcript, and one of the alleged organizer and recruiters wrote. He recruited a couple of girls, more than 1,000. That was maybe an exaggeration, but still. Well, time and again, there are people who quite openly discuss what has happened with others, and that has helped us to get a proper picture of the inner circle. Would you like to have received more info from the inner circle? Yes, of course, especially from Till himself. Do you think it's possible to separate the artist from the art? I'm an investigative journalist, which I believe others are a lot more qualified than I to answer this question. I'm an investigative reporter, that is. What is important for me, and would like to come back to media law, it's not a personal sphere that was addressed here. He wore his stage outfit. It was about fans and groupies who had been to previous concerts. So here, the work-related sphere, he as an artist was concerned here. I've never met him. Some people say he's very nice, so he should answer the question whether you can separate the artist from the art. But what we reported on was work-related. Sophia. So this alleged suck box behind the stage, under the stage, is that part of the artistic program? Well, it happened regularly. It's the so-called German girls, and Shelby Lynn was allegedly part of the group. And part of the casting system meant that during the concerts, 1 to 2 women were regularly asked to go below stage. And then there was a separate room, and the girls could meet him, allegedly for sex. He even made a video of that. And in this video, he even projected that video on the screen during a solo concert. And, well, he zips up his pants, then leaves the room, gets to the elevator, and he made that part of his artistic program. 1 more minute. An easy question. Has your research shown, or could you imagine, that women really voluntarily go to the suck boxes? The answer, yes. Not all women. Well, we've never encountered any cases of coercion. The women went there voluntarily, but the system is designed in such a manner that it's made very hard for the women to say no and to leave. They are persuaded they should stay. They had to go someplace and get their cell phone. There was a lot of booze, a lot of drinking. So women said they went there voluntarily. And many women were eager to join him in the suck box. And for the sake of completeness, many women had a great time there. But still, they said, the casting system has been confirmed. And that is why this is a hard fact. It's not just women who talked to us who criticized that, but some said this was a safe space. So, okay, time is up. Thank you very much.
Ich benutze die kurze Gelegenheit, jetzt wieder zum Recht oder beziehungsweise das Recht in den Mittelpunkt zu stellen und zitiere jetzt Paragraph.
So, I would like to cite Austrian law
Person ist
that states if you engage in sexual activity with a person who is unconscious, that you will be subject to imprisonment. For example, people who appear to be drunk or under the influence of alcohol.
Zurechnungsfähigkeit oder Zurechnungsunfähigkeit ist keine Voraussetzung.
If people are limited in some way in their mental or physical capacity to exercise discretion, then the law applies to that case.
Dritten Auskunftsperson, ich bitte Zoran Bihhat zu uns.
I would like to ask Zoran Bihhat to come up to the podium. Zoran Bihhat is a German music video and commercial director. He studied at the Academy of Fine Arts in Stuttgart and the Baden-Württemberg Film Academy. Bihhat has worked with Rammstein several times, including on the music videos for Links 234, Matein, and Rosenrot. Of Lindemann, Till Lindemann's solo project, he shot videos such as Praise Aboard, Fish On, and Platz 1.
Bitte nennen Sie uns Ihren vollständigen.
Please give us your full name. Zoran Bihhat.
Können Sie uns bitte sagen, ob Sie
Could you please tell us if you have a professional or a personal relationship with members of the jury? No.
Meine Frage an Sie ist,
So my question to you is what happens in row 0? Maybe you can give us some information about that.
Ich kann sagen, was in meinen Videos vorgeht,
okay.
wenn Sie wollen.
Well, I think it would perhaps be better for the jury to pose the questions.
Ganz grundlegend mal Ihre Zusammenarbeit.
Well, your cooperation with Rammstein and Till Lindemann, how did that come about?
Von was für einen Zeitrahmen sprechen wir da? Und
What kind of time frame are we talking about for this cooperation? Or are you still in cooperation with them?
Ich arbeite schon sehr lange.
I've been working with Rammstein for quite a long time.
Ich muss an die Facts gucken, ich weiß die Jahreszahl nicht.
I don't know the year.
Das war das erste Video.
This started with Links 234. That was my first video with them. It was very different from what I had done before, and I like to. I'm usually taken on board for things that are quite different.
Skandalvideo meint.
And then there was the first scandal video for me, and it was very controversial for the time.
Nach den Rammstein-Sachen
And after the Rammstein
fast alle sagen,
videos, I've worked together with Till Lindemann on a number of videos, his initial videos in any case.
20 Jahre oder so.
I think it's been about 20 years, I have to say,
In den Anfang 2000er.
at the beginning of the 2000s. That's how far it goes back, maybe 25 years.
Frage sehe ich.
Gerne.
Ja, Sie haben gerade das erste Skandalvideo erwähnt.
You've mentioned the first scandal video. I don't know if all of us know these videos. It generated a controversy, indeed.
War zu Skandalen führt oder
Maybe you could talk about what polarized everyone in the videos or what led to the scandal. Well, for my part, I can say that
Auf diesen Kannibalen,
it was based on cannibalism.
wo jemand, was auch interessant ist,
And this is quite interesting.
Konsent gegeben hat, aufgegessen zu werden.
Somebody had consented to be eaten. And the question was whether or not they could actually be eaten. And in the video, the person was eaten.
Den Song aus Bandperspektive.
And Lindemann actually sang his song based on both perspectives.
Da ist ein sehr, sagen wir mal, da es ein wahrhaftiges Thema war,
And this is a very interesting issue. So it was a very controversial issue, in fact, and that's why I was tasked with transposing that artistically in video format.
Dass man etwas, was realistisch ist, versucht künstlerisch darzustellen.
You're trying to depict something that's realistic in an artistic way.
Und so weiter. Hier kann ich anmerken,
And this is where the violence comes into play. And I can say that this is the first time that
vor der Kamera
it
Film gedreht.
was about real sex being performed before the camera.
Teil des Kontroversen, wo
And this was part of the scandal.
vorkam und so
And the press jumped on that immediately and said
und waren
that
dass es dann alles nicht so war. Und
they thought that a person was going to be eaten and were quite disappointed that that was not the case.
Musiker eine Art, sagen wir mal,
I work together with musicians,
Reise gemacht haben.
and I usually engage in a psychotherapeutic journey with them.
Das, was dann später kam.
And that was the cornerstone, basically, for everything else that came after.
Gesagt, also jetzt schon ist Sex vor der Kamera
You said that
in vielen Videos.
there was sex that took place before the camera,
Es gibt eben zensierte, kürzere Fassungen von Videos, die
and there are also shorter versions of videos, clips, for example, that are on YouTube, and then the director's cut, for example. You also have a porno website, for example, and you have these differences that are out there.
Soll ich jetzt antworten auf die verschiedenen Fragen?
I'm not exactly sure which question I'm supposed to answer here, as you wish.
Das Video, das eigentlich das künstlerische Werk ist.
So we make a video that is the artistic version, and then you have other versions that are more suitable for various formats, like MTV. And then if you have an original video that is very explicit,
Eine eigene Bühne sozusagen.
then this is given a particular forum for that, either on a special
Gehen wird,
website
speziellen Porno-Webseite.
or perhaps on a particular porn website. Thank you very much.
Bitte, und dann Svenja Flassbühler.
Sophia, please, and then Svenja, please. That question is, because these videos are in the uncensored version on websites, these porn actresses and actors that are in the videos. Yes, in some cases, yes. What does that mean? It doesn't mean that they're all sex workers. What about those that are not sex workers? The non-sex workers were persons, there were women
Gefragt worden,
who were asked
Projekt mit
whether or not they would like to participate in this project, and they said they were interested. These were women that Thiel knew. How did he know them? Well, personally. I had heard that these were recruited fans. Or am I wrong in that?
Ja, es waren auch
Yes, these were also fans.
zu dem Zeitpunkt, als ich mit denen gedreht habe, schon
At the time when we were filming, they were close friends and they were close associates.
zum Beispiel, ich war nie Fan und habe aber
I've never been a fan of Rammstein, and I worked with them quite a lot. So being a fan
eine Voraussetzung für manche aber nicht. Aber alle
is a precondition for some, but not for me. But everybody who participated loved Rammstein, and they thought that Lindemann was great.
Hat man dann Sexarbeiterinnen dazugenommen.
So if you needed a certain number of people, then you added sex workers to the video. Is that correct? No? Well, there are fans, some of whom were sex workers. So nobody was paid for this. Oh, yes, they were.
Verträge gemacht.
We signed contracts with them.
Darauf eingehen, richtig?
Should I address this? Yes.
Es ist, ich möchte da ehrlich gesagt einen Unterschied
To
machen.
be quite honest, I want to make a difference here between Row Zero and the music videos that I made.
Auch Casting gemacht,
I
aber
also carried out castings, but I did a real casting.
da waren Verträge, da
We had contracts,
war es in den
meetings,
Porno dreht, weil das war ja ein Porno letztendlich.
because it was, at the end of the day, it was a porn movie.
Ich glaube, also war was Spezielles.
It was something very special.
Das muss man vorher absprechen.
And this is something that you have to coordinate from the get-go. It's not possible for you to film something that isn't planned in this way.
Eine Art Wahrhaftigkeit haben muss. Das heißt,
And it must be genuine in some way. So the situation that you're witnessing must be produced in such a way that it seems real. So allow me to follow up. You say as if it were real. So I'm trying to compare with what we heard before and my personal view here. So when you're singing about date rape, drugs, and violence against women, we're talking about violence and humiliation of women. Don't you see this as if this were reality, or do you see this as just being a fantasy? Or do you think this bleeds into reality a bit? Don't you think this is rape culture and that this incites people to be violent against women, and particularly when people watch that and think that that is fantastic? Isn't that a problem? Particularly if you were to transpose that to other aspects like racism or anti-Semitism. Yes, I think that is justified. Particularly with fascist songs. That's a very good question. That's a very good comment. But you can do it with women? No, of course not. You can't do it with anyone, really. But they did it voluntarily. Yes, of course, they did it voluntarily. And Till also participated voluntarily. But the royalties, the women didn't get any royalties. No, I don't get any. Nobody gets royalties for music videos. So the artistic brain for these videos and objectifying women are being humiliated, etc. Why do we need that? Why do these women need that? Why do we need this type of imagery? For this project, we wanted to create something that was a transgression of boundaries. We wanted to cross the boundary, cross the Rubicon, so to speak, into pornography. I didn't want it to be a normal porn movie because that doesn't drive with this world. For example, not for somebody who can eat and eat and is never satisfied. I didn't want to make something that was depressing. In my opinion, for many people who saw the video, this seemed to be communicated. It's not for somebody to get off on, but it conveyed a completely different message. The scenery here was violent, and this is something that we did deliberately in order to transgress these boundaries. Everything that took place there was consensual. It was planned, it was consensual. And you have this in BDSM, for example. You have those terms. Sorry. What term are you referring to?
Consensual non-consent.
Consensual non-consent. So here, this is the realm that we're operating in. And allow me to comment here. When the video was finished, everybody was allowed to look at it, and the people that did not want to participate any longer were edited out. But there were when people said they wanted to be part of it, and their face was included. Was there anybody who did that? There was one person who, at the time, when it came out, wanted to get married. So we edited her out. Svenja and then Sophia, please. I think in feminist theory there are various viewpoints on pornography. There are some feminists who say that this is misogynistic per se, and other women who act in porn videos say that is very paternalistic from these women, these feminists who determine what I do in my free time or not. And because this was contractual as well, that is not a problem for me. But I think this question is quite interesting. This is what Sophia just talked about. For example, you have this relationship between reality and fantasy, of course. This is something that is always addressed in pornography. So we are in the realm of fantasy that is designed in such a way to have a cathartic effect, because people have their fantasies and they can live out their misogyny and maybe get off on that.
Oder sehen Sie schon
So does this remain, for example, in the realm of fantasy, or is there a repercussion from this fantasy world? Does it spill over, so to speak, into reality? Wow, a good question.
Jedes Erschaffenden schafft.
And of course, this is the dilemma that anybody creating art is faced with. The artist
Themen auseinandersetzt.
must
Gar nicht mal drum. Doch
grapple with these issues.
wen bedient man? Ja, also das heißt,
For example, who
aber wen
are you
zum Beispiel einen Film
using, for example, we had this yesterday. For example, when you are making
Pädophile geben,
a child pornography video, for example, there are people that you're exploiting in that case.
Lolita, der
For
Film,
example, Lolita, the movie.
wie hieß sie?
Or what was it?
Ihr erster Film, wo sie als 12
Brooks, for example. She was 12 years old. Yeah, that's what it was from the audience.
und das für sich
So
instrumentalisieren.
people take that and instrumentalize that. Still,
Diese Kunst und diese,
I think that this art
jetzt mal auch
and this work, let's call it, even pornography, it doesn't matter. Let's call it a work of art.
da zu sein.
It has a justification for being.
Eure Frage, die ihr ständig stellt, kann man es trennen? Kann man
Your question is always, can you separate art from the artist? In my opinion, no.
heutzutage wird
Nowadays, of course,
die zum Kunstwerk
the backstory is always important when it comes to a work of art.
des
But the autonomy of the work of art also has to be allowed to exist.
Ich bin hier, weil ich für mein
I'm here, of course, because I'm fighting for my art.
dieses Kunstwerk
This work of art must be allowed to exist in this space. People, of course, can think what they want and they can criticize that, but it must be allowed to exist. But peaceful room, we know that. Yes, that's what I mean.
meine 20 Sekunden
For
gecancelt. Ja, und
for my 2 cents, I was canceled. I'm not able to participate in any of the participates. I was called and told that we will make sure that you never work again.
eigentlich.
So
Ich verdiene durch Werbung.
I earn money through
Ich hat man
advertisements. So I've been completely canceled.
Entschuldigung?
Bitte keine
Sorry? Please, no questions from the audience.
Sophia Süßmilch.
Sophia, please.
Das ist interessant mit der Grenzüberschreitung, das Argument. Ich glaube, darum geht es ja bei
So we're talking about transgressing boundaries. That is, of course, what Rammstein is all about.
gehen auch wahnsinnig an,
But of course, I think boundaries are extremely important.
Überschreitungen, Frauen zu würgen und zu vergewaltigen.
Is it not transgressive, for example, to choke women, to strangle them, for example? Because that's what took place. What about cannibalism?
Einfach viel krasser ist.
Is that transgressive maybe because reality is perhaps boring? I'm sorry, that was just my 2 cents. But of course, nobody wants to cancel any of this, and I'm sorry that you can't find any more work and you've been canceled.
Herr Lindemann, ich hoffe, dass Sie finanziell Ihre Stiefel ins Trockene gebracht
I hope that you have been able to take care of yourself financially. A question, please.
dass es gibt, dass Sie den Sex mit den Fans nach den Konzerten Resteficken nennen. Ist Ihnen das bekannt oder was sagen Sie dazu?
Reste ficken?
Ja.
There was a comment about having sex with fans of the concert in Rammstein. It's called in German Restficken, so fucking the people who are left over.
Beim Einteil sieht man niemanden, der einen Menschen aufisst. Wollte ich nur mal sagen. Ja? Das heißt, das habe ich anders übersetzt wie eben
For my videos, we never really included any of those aspects in my videos.
Sie haben ein bisschen angefangen zu erläutern, die Zeit.
You are talking about accusations against Rammstein and Lindemann. What was your experience with that?
Sie arbeiten momentan nicht.
And you're saying that you're no longer working together with him?
Also die Zeit war sehr, sehr turbulent, auch für mich.
Yes, this was a very turbulent period for me as well.
Gefragt worden bin, hey, was kannst du, was weißt du?
The press was after me, for example, and asking for my point of view. And because I'm
Von der Presse sozusagen, damit ich mit denen rede, mir gesagt worden ist, wenn du
a producer, of course,
werden wir
I'm a teacher, of course, at the Film Academy, and the press said, if you don't talk to us, then we're going to report you to your employer. We're going to tell them what you're doing. And I said, okay, I'm going to meet with the members of the press, and I'm going to tell them that what's going on with me, and that I don't really bear any responsibility here. So it was really boring for the press because I couldn't offer them any red meat.
Dieses Video kreierte, das hat anscheinend irgendwelche.
But this video seemed to create some kind of nightmares. It triggered nightmares and turned something into reality that should never have been any kind of reality. And I was involved in that, of course. I fully back my artistic work, but I'm not responsible for something I have nothing to do with. And maybe I could be termed a collateral damage that has just been sidelined. With regard to Till, we used to have a very close friendship. And nowadays, because we have just simply parted ways.
Feld ist auch groß, genauso wie sein zu. Wir müssen uns neu ausprobieren.
We have to embark on new journeys.
Wird eine Zeit vergehen wahrscheinlich.
But I think before we collaborate again, I'm sure that some time will have to pass.
Nichts mit ihnen zu tun hat.
What do you mean? This part that you had nothing to do with? Can you elaborate on that a little bit more in the second part of the question? In your work? Back then, looking back on it, would you do something different, anything differently?
Natürlich.
Well, first of all, of course, and even if it's just one person
ungewollt was durchleben musste,
that had to go through something against their will, this is something that I absolutely reject. You have one more minute, please. Thank you. On the other hand, what was the other part of the question?
Ja, klar.
Would you do anything differently? In my work?
Natürlich extrem.
Of course. I try to explore extremes.
Ich würde dazu,
as one may put it, but
ich erkläre meine Kunst, sondern ich
it's not just calling whatever I do art, but I would lay out a strategy for
ich würde auf alle Fälle noch
describing this, of course.
interviewen.
If I were to make a porn movie, I would, of course, interview these girls, and that's what you just have to do nowadays. You have to include social media in your strategy. Of course, at the time when we did this, that wasn't the case, but that is definitely what I would do. Yes, you can finish your sentence. Go ahead.
Ich würde das als gegenseitiges, sogar auch
I would see this as a mutual aspect. So you would work with an awareness concept or a strategy, a code of conduct, for example. Awareness, yes,
mitarbeitenden Personen.
with the people who are collaborators on my project. Thank you very much for your statement.
Als nächste Auskunftsperson bitte ich Rehan Shahin,
Rehan Shahin, also known as Lady Betray.
Shahin.
Rehan Shahin, also known as Lady Betray, is a linguist, author, activist, performance artist, and rapper. She started linguistics, German studies, and educational science at the University of Bremen. Her research focuses on intersectional feminism, racism, Islamophobia, and gender. With her musical work as Lady Betray, she can be seen as a queer feminist pioneer of German rap. Your full name, please? Rehan Shahin, a.k.a. Lady Betray. Do you have any work or personal relationship with any member of the jury? No. To my knowledge, no. My first question is, what are your thoughts regarding all of this?
Katastrophal.
It's a disaster.
Umgang mit
the way how the band or he deals with all of the fans, the allegations made
Anwälte wie Simon Bergmann,
the way this was handled by the law,
das so ganz stumm,
lawyers, for example,
also
like Simon Bergmann. Of course, we were not witnesses, but that is usual for cases of rape. So how prove this in the first place? So the presumption of innocence
damit es
is used as a pretext. It's very difficult to prove those things.
und
This is very often used as a cover
das Mundtotmachen
and to silence women.
Bergmann
The
einerseits
methods employed by Mr. Bergmann, and not just by him, but also by some media, they were forbidden to write or say some things, but then he spoke to us, and he was all in favor of the freedom of the press and artistic freedom. So that is a contradiction, that you're in favor of the freedom of the press and artistic freedom. You favor critical journalism, and exactly those media representatives are confronted with your allegations, and that also the way we handle those allegations of rape as a society. Women are portrayed as they were sluts
werden, das ist uns
who are just eager to get some fame,
und
to
Rammstein
become famous. But in the Lindemann and Rammstein case, a lot of fans
haben und die Frau
went to the concerts, and they,
spuckt vielleicht auch.
some of them even spit on women. They criticized the women who came forward with those allegations. So all of this shows
Was sie machen können,
the men, shows the perpetrators that they can literally do everything they want as long as they have the money or the fame. Thank you very much for the introduction. A follow-up question. Why do you believe those women did not file reports with the police or did not contact the public prosecutor's office? Very often, victims
oder Vergewaltigung
who report or have experienced rape or sexual assault have to live with the fear simply because they do not have enough protection. They don't have enough money to pay for the necessary protection, and automatically society will blame the victim, and that is very difficult. Many women contact the authorities or the police. Well, in Austria, women will get support by a therapist or by a social worker. They don't have to pay for the legal costs themselves. There are victim protection institutions, and also defense is provided free.
Diffamierung fängt ja
I don't know whether we have something like that in Germany, but defamation does not stop
in der Gesellschaft.
on paper. It goes on in the social media. Shelby Lynn
Und noch immer spricht
refused to be here, and that speaks for itself. So what would you suggest? What would be the solution? I think we should raise more awareness. So there should be an awareness as far as the actions of lawyers, for example, are concerned. The way
befreundet sind.
lawyers proceed, or Zoran Bihhat, you said you were a friend with Tim, and the last question was, has anything changed? And you emphasized your friendship with Till.
Ich würde gerne schon die moralische Frage stellen.
Okay, so that leads me to a moral question. I'm
Eine pornobejahendere,
a porn affirmative
ob sie überhaupt gar kein
rap artist.
befreundet sind, würde ich
Don't you have a problem, a moral problem in being friends with such a person? Or also Mr. Bergmann,
genau, was machen würde,
what would you do
zum Beispiel seine eigene Tochter
if your own daughter or your own son, because also boys experience sexual assault, or your spouse, your partner, your mother, any family member were to be directly affected by Dill's row zero system, would you still going to hide behind some legal wordings?
Die mir das angewiesen haben, muss ich mich eigentlich schon fragen.
So please, no applause, neither by members of the Congress. Back to the topic, back to the question. Apologies. We're going to give you a couple of seconds more. That was just a joke, not serious. Okay, anyway, do you understand what I'm saying? Even as an attorney, you have to have some morals. There are some lawyers fighting for justice, and then there are some asshole lawyers, and to them it's all about money. So what do you care about if you represent such a client and you continue to make excuses for his behavior? What about morals? What is society? Society is not just made up of legal rules. Svenja, first question by the jury. I would like to come back to a different point. Your own role as a musician. You've just outed yourself as a porn rapper. You call yourself Lady Bitch. So you've been playing around with this pornographic image. At the same time, you're transgressing the borders and you work in a typically male music genres. Why is that so important also from a feminist point of view? I wouldn't say that when I call myself bitch, I'm playing with this. This is a statement I make.
Reclaiming word?
That is a reclaiming term. The origins of this reclaiming regarding the term bitch is made or goes back to black hip-hop artists, and those rappers were just seen as decoration, those women, those female rappers. That is why they used reclaiming, and they said, hey, you call us bitches, we are the bitches. So this was an empowerment process, and this was reinterpreted into a feminist position. And for the past 20 years, I worked as an activist. When I became famous as a rap artist, a rapper that was different from Rammstein, my groupies did not want to have sex with me. A couple of male fans probably wanted to rape me. They did not know what my music was about, and I had to give it up. What was important in my music was sexual determination and autonomy, that women and queer people can set their own boundaries. But if they want to, and feel like it, and feel like they want to produce a porn or play a role in a porn, even though they play the dismissive woman, that this is okay as long as this is consensual. And it's very important to me that women claim their sexual organs. It's about sex, body positivity. Here we're talking about the lyrical first-person narrator, and maybe you can tell us what this feels like. Answer is sweet. So maybe you can elaborate on that. The lyrical first-person narrator. I talk about the lyrical first-person schizophrenia in the case of rappers, and that is something that could be said of Till Lindemann and Rammstein. What I find surprising is that men like Lindemann, on the one hand, They play this bad boy,
Obergangster,
the gangster,
dass ich Kokain sniefe, dass ich mit Frauen...
that they use cocaine and have sex with many different women, objectify women, even hit them during sex. All this is supposed to be real. And especially Rammstein's art profits from this non-separation of the lyrical first-person narrator. The videos they make or produce scandals because it's about cannibalism, because it's about dismissive young women who are throttled or hit during sex.
Das einerseits ist das der Fall, dass sie sich sozusagen...
That's all there is to those videos, and it allows them
Aber dann
to position themselves as those bad boys. But when the allegations of sexual violence were raised, suddenly the same people now defended the lyrical first-person narrator. That is not the case. He said, well, that's not really me. You have to separate the real me from the lyrical first-person narrator. Okay, so this is a bit of... It's like twisting reality. Also in German rap that happens, but it's very pronounced in the defense put forward by Till Lindemann. So, Mr. Bergmann, to come back to you, that strategy won't be fruitful.
Ich würde noch gerne ein bisschen genauer verstehen,
I would like to understand better exactly what you're criticizing in the case of the videos. One could say that is exactly what you demand. Consensual sex, women were dismissive, they were throttled, they were hit, but maybe that is in line with their own sexual fantasies. So what would you say is so problematic in those videos? And the second question, would you say that you yourself, because you have said that the lyrical first-person narrator, is that in your case identical with you yourself? I'm going to answer that in a minute. First off, I don't have any problem with any music videos, but we have to see this as an addition to the subject at hand. Till the end, the music video.
Genau, also till the end.
So till the end, the video was then produced after the allegations were raised against Till. So as a regular artist, I thought, what would I do if those allegations were raised against me? Now, what I would do, is certainly not to produce such a video. I would exactly openly say what is a lie. It was shot earlier and just released afterward, or okay, there's some confusion in the room, but still, Lindemann did not issue any statement or admit. So the only thing that was posted was his penis in the music videos. And that goes back to the lawyers representing him. If he's innocent, or let me put it like that, if I were innocent, if some boundaries had been shifted, I would have come to you and say, I want to make a statement, issue a statement, what should it look like? Because I'm innocent. I did not answer the second question. You asked me about whether my own self is identical with this lyrical first-person narrator. I have a bit of a multiple personality. I have two identities. It has to do with my sign of the zodiac, with being a Virgo. I am a well-grounded German research artist. And then there is this Scorpio sign of the zodiac, which is a bit crazy, with my Turkish background, but I can shift and switch around those identities. It was not clear at the beginning, but due to a lot of therapy, I'm not clear about my two identities. Fariba. So, you're an expert of the music industry, the music business. Now, what do you think has become standardized in terms of male toxicity and transgressing of boundaries? Toxic masculinity, I can speak of German pop and German rap. This is a scene where there is a lot of white male toxicity, masculine toxicity. Now, there's not so much white here, but still male toxicity. Not many women here, and it's very difficult for women artists to produce good music. So why am I saying this? It's very difficult to find producers, good producers, and some people will say there are producers everywhere. I'm talking about good professional producers, or it will be difficult to find songwriters that you need. And maybe you will become successful because you just happen to break through this power abusive system. And another very important point I would like to address is I don't want to put the Lindemann or Rammstein case into any perspective, but the fact that young women are addressed via social media and at concerts, that is nothing new, that has existed for a long time in heavy metal music or in German rap music. And even in the case of Tokyo Hotel, that was a system that was used, and the fact that cell phones were taken away from young girls. And in the case of Tokyo hotels, they had to go backstage just wearing underwear. So that would be great research, potential research for journalists. Another follow-up question. So to answer the question, in German rap, German pop, metal music, that's always been the case. So is there any connection to financial interests? You talked about money before. There is a big connection. It is about male dominance. Men are glorified. They're seen as rock stars, bad boys, geniuses, and power goes hand in hand with money. We live in a capitalist society, so there was a lot of money at stake here. It's also very important to mention, because I read an article on social media, please, Mr. Bergmann, correct me if I'm wrong, you criticized reporting Rammstein and the allegations made against Lindemann. And you said in an interview with Spiegel, or rather, you criticized Spiegel for just doing clickbaiting. So you said they're writing those reports only in order to push up the number of their subscribers. So I wondered. 1 minute, thank you very much. I Googled then, and since the ban started, 400 million up to 1 billion euro have they made. How much money did you get to represent him? Did you do that for free? Of course, that was about money, Mr. Bergmann. So you should be ashamed. Last question. Maybe you can elaborate on that. You demand that the legal situation is okay. One side, that's a bit shaky, as he said, she said, but also you asked about the moral dimension, and you said somebody like Mr. Bergmann is not moral in defending his client. I know what you mean, but let us imagine AfD will get most votes in the next election. I don't even want to imagine that she's saying, but still. And then they will nominate the next Minister of Culture. The social climate will change. And then on moral grounds, somebody would say an artist like Lady Bitch Ray can no longer perform. She does not rape anybody, at least it has not been proven, but she's saying that it's wet inside her, so sex positivism, etc. Okay, so how do you get out of this tricky problem? And the follow-up question would be, maybe, is it dangerous to say, if we claim moral grounds, the moral high ground, if you will, if we use moral elements here, and maybe if the political climate will change, that will backfire? Yes, you may be right, and that is why moral questions are questions of morality. We can discuss them, but I do believe we need to also discuss moral aspect in order to be able to change the law. And it was briefly discussed at the beginning. It was said that this space, or rather the presumption of innocence for alleged perpetrators, is a matter of course. It's a principle in the German legal system. It's not about being guilty or not. We need legal changes to ensure that victims of sexual violence, first off, can say what has happened. There needs to be a safe space for those victims to tell their stories. And of course, reports should be written on this. And then in the next step, we need to see whether there is evidence for this. We need the space. And we have set up the space right now. Thank you very much for your comments. I would like to add, I'm a lawyer myself. I'm an attorney, some attorneys present here. And our job is difficult. And no need to be ashamed of being a lawyer, because everybody has the right for legal representation, and it's very important for me to see that. Thank you very much. Good for you.
So, jetzt die fünfte und sechste Auskunftsperson.
So the fifth and sixth
Und Alessio Romanelli.
respondents are Claudia Past and Alessio Romanelli. Please, both of you are coming up on stage. Claudia Past is a certified case and care manager, and she has supported long-term unemployed people with a variety of barriers to employment. For the last 25 years, she's been an enthusiastic fan of the band Rammstein and Lena Kampf's solo projects. Alessio Romanelli is currently studying acting in Vienna. His artistic focus is on provocative forms of expression in painting, theater, and literature. He has been a fan of Rammstein since he was 17. Could you please give us your full names? My name is Claudia Past. Not Papst or Pope, but Past. Do you have a professional or personal relationship with members of the jury? No. You? My name is Alessio Romanelli. Do you have a professional or personal relationship with members of the jury? No. My question to you is, what can you tell me about this row 0? I can't tell you anything. I've never been there. Me either. Then I will hand off to the jury. Fariba, please. You're up next. The Vienna Festival this year have select the respondents, and you participated in a casting for us. This was a polarizing casting activities, particularly in marketing and social media.
Sie haben 10 Minuten.
You have 10 minutes. I just wanted to say this in terms of the proceedings. So we can't mix this, yes. So we have to only grant each person 10 minutes. You can decide who's going to take this question. I have a suggestion. Why don't we have you answer the questions first, and then we'll get to you. Yes. So, why did you decide to participate in this casting? What did you hear about it? Well, I heard about it through social media,
Diesem Aufruf gefolgt.
and I decided to sign up
Die Veranstaltung über 3 Tage stattfindet.
because this event was a 3-day event, and there were 3 different artists who were being put under the microscope,
Nachweislich
where 2
Täter sind.
were convicted perpetrators, convicted criminals,
Der Herr Till Lindemann nicht.
and Till Lindemann has not been convicted.
Das ist ziemlich stark vermischt.
So for me, I saw this as blurring too many lines, and I decided, because I'm a fan, I wanted to make myself heard, because I'm not in agreement with this.
Svenja Flassböhler.
Svenja, please. And then Sophia. So we've heard a great deal just a few minutes ago about the misogynistic imagery and performances by Till Lindemann. Of course, we've talked about the differences supposedly between his lyrical first-person narrator and himself. Why are you, as a woman, a fan of Rammstein?
Ich mag zum einen die Bühnenshows.
Well, I like their stage performances on one hand.
Musik,
I like this type of hard music.
die Texte.
I like the texts. And I like their videos.
Also Sie haben nicht das Gefühl, dass Sie da irgendwie als Frau...
You don't have the feeling that you as a woman are being discriminated against. You see this on a different level? I'm trying to wrap my brain around this. I certainly do not feel discriminated against. I have no problem with the issue of sex.
Von Sex.
I don't have a problem with the depiction of sex, because that's what we're getting at, right?
Sophia Susmilch. Die nächste Frage.
Sophia, please. Hi.
Mich würde interessieren,
I'm really interested in knowing about the text. You have a favorite song. What is it about?
sozusagen inhaltlich dran anzieht.
What does it talk about in terms of the content?
Casting und so.
When we're moving away from the casting aspect, we're talking about the lyrics of the songs. Well, I don't know if I could cite one particular song. I like many of the songs, of course, as with any artists. There are some songs I like, some songs I don't like.
Mir zum
But, for example, I like Sonne,
Pussy, finde ich ganz lustig.
Pussy, I think is quite funny. What is Pussy about? What is the text?
Oder ist jetzt unangenehm?
Or is it unpleasant? No, I don't care.
Jeder, der irgendwie
I think anybody who knows the music knows what it's about. It's about depicting male sexual organs.
in Verbindung mit der Bühnendarstellung wohl.
I think this is interesting in terms of its stage performance.
Ausländer ist auch ein Lied, was mir
Ausländer is another song that I like.
4
Links 2, 3, 4. Mein Teil, of course.
Songtexte, wo
These are all lyrics where I have to say
Rammstein hat kein Problem,
Rammstein has no problem
aufzugreifen,
with addressing issues
vorgehaltener Hand besprochen werden,
that people usually like to speak about only euphemistically. These are not only wonderful times we're living in.
zum Beispiel Kannibalismus.
Cannibalism, for example, is just such a topic.
Wenn ich zum Beispiel an die Geschichte Fritzl
If I think about the issue of Fritzl, Josef Fritzl,
wo man
and
sagt, mein Gott,
the entire scandal that entailed, of course, I can say how terrible that is, but Rammstein addresses these topics. These are things that have taken place. Why should I not be allowed
Song verfassen.
to address that in song form?
Was haben
Svenja, please.
Sie gedacht, nachdem
What were
jetzt
you thinking
diese Berichte
when you
veröffentlicht
heard these reports
wurden, dass es den
and when the debate broke out in the open about Row Zero? And it is
eine Systematik
something that is undeniable that this was a systematic recruitment, I don't know if that's the right word, of female fans.
Es ist in jedem Fall, denke ich, unbestritten so.
And in any case, I think it is unquestioned that these women's autonomy was at least somewhat restricted through the system. It was principally possible, of course, for them to extricate themselves, but it was very difficult. What is your position on that? Well, I'm a person who doesn't automatically believe everything I hear. When I listen to the depictions of the events and how these things came about, of course, then I form my own opinion. I don't waste my time in developing opinions or judging somebody where I'm not sure what exactly happened. Just because somebody raises allegations or somebody points the finger at someone, it doesn't mean that that's actually a fact. One follow-up, please, because we don't all actually know what exactly happened in these situations. Do you believe Till Lindemann more than the women? I think that you have to listen to both sides. I can't say that I believe this side more and that side more. I wasn't in that situation. I really can't judge. Sophia, please. I would like to come back to the lyrics of Rammstein's songs. In the music of Rammstein, Till Lindemann, do you feel that you are safe, or do you feel that you're recognized because they address certain issues, for example, because you feel that they're saying the truth vis-a-vis a world full of lies? Yes, well, I wouldn't say that other bands, they propagate lies, certainly not. But I think that you have very clear and direct and provocative lyrics. If I look at what kind of a controversy was generated over to the end and 50 Shades of Grey, there were 3 parts to that, and it was about sex, it was about BDSM, just because it is perhaps treated with kid gloves and approached in a very mild manner. It's about pornographic sex. There are people, of course, who criticize that and read 50 Shades of Grey in secret. Of course, there are movies with 50 Shades of Grey. Yes, Frage first. You've been a Rammstein fan for quite some time now.
Hat sich das Fandom verändert in den letzten
Has the fandom changed in the last 25 years, or has it remained the same? And I have one more follow-up question after that.
Ich denke, durch das die Fans sich durch mehrere Generationen
Well, I think that we have multi-generational fans.
großartig verändert hat.
I don't know if fan behavior has changed all that much. If you look at the concerts, you see young and old in the audience, young fans, old fans.
Also auch mein Sohn.
My son, for example, is a fan of Rammstein, and he comes with me sometimes to concerts. So I don't think that there has been really much change in the structure of the fans. The thing that has changed that in recent times, we fans feel we have to justify ourselves for being fans.
Auch vor den Konzerten beschimpft.
And that we are being spit on, booed, and insulted when we want to go to the concerts, outside the concert venue. Yes, you have 1 more minute. Yes, so my follow-up question is, how did you feel when these accusations came to light and when the media was focusing on this? And you know the content of the poems and the lyrics, and when this was printed in the Spiegel, where they were always talking about roofies and date rape drugs. So what was your impression of that? How did you feel? Well, this is not a call to action that something should happen or that this is to be done. It's simply a depiction of facts of what happens, and we live in a world where horrible things happen.
Warum soll ich es nicht ansprechen?
Die passieren nicht im Rammstein-Imperium, die passieren nur...
So you're saying that they are not taking place in the Rammstein empire, so to speak, but in the wider world. From my circle of friends who are fans, I don't know of any cases where this took place. Thank you very much. We don't have any more time. I'm sorry. Thank you very much for your comments. Alessio Romanelli, please. So I'd like to ask the jury to begin with their questioning. Sophia, please.
Haben Sie sich auseinandergesetzt mit den Vorwürfen, die
Have you
Mann und Rammstein?
Addressed the accusations leveled against Rammstein and Tillinmann? Yes. I listened to the podcast by Ms. Kampf.
habe entschieden, beispielsweise zu einem Konzert zu gehen oder weiter die Lieder zu hören, weil
I decided to
ein und das andere nicht.
listen to the songs and go to the concerts because to me they're two different issues.
Ja, bitte.
May I please?
Künstler?
So you're an artist yourself. I'm still in training, yes.
Das heißt, ich kann Sie auch sozusagen
So I can ask about your first-person narrator. How does this feel for you? Well, I think here, in this case, it is important to say that if I'm producing a work of art,
Dann hat das auch eine gewisse Nachricht dahinter.
there is a message that it sends,
Das war's dann auch wieder. Ich glaube jetzt nicht, wenn
and that's it.
irgendwie Vorwürfe über mich beispielsweise aufgehen würden, dass
I don't think that if any accusations were leveled at me, if I had done anything, that would change anything about my work of art, because it would still convey the same message. So is there an interplay between the private person and the work of art and what you do on stage?
zusammenhängen.
Well, interplay?
Eigentlich nicht
Not necessarily. No, I would say no.
Dann habe ich noch eine Frage.
I have another question.
Auch Interesse daran, wenn die Möglichkeit bestünde,
If there was a possibility to meet a person who
Lindemann,
claims that something happened with Till Lindemann, would you be interested in meeting that person? Do you think that would change your opinion?
Es könnte vielleicht was verändern, dass ich jetzt morgen,
Perhaps
ich heiße,
I might find it
falls die
not good from a moral point of view.
so moralisch natürlich nicht.
Of course, I think that Rose Zero and everything that entails is not morally good,
Und genug, dass ich mich
or something I can support, but I don't think it means that I should distance myself from certain works of art just because accusations have been leveled against the artists. Sophia, please.
weiterführen.
So I'm just going to continue here. We're having such a lovely chat.
Ihnen ist es sozusagen, also, ja. Bei Ihnen ist eine ganz klare Entscheidung, Sie haben sich
This is a very clear decision here. You took a close look at this and you analyzed this very closely, and you came to the conclusion that you can separate art from the artist, even though perhaps these accusations could turn out to be true. Then you would continue to listen to the music and go to the concerts because you can make that separation. Well, in the case, if these accusations were proven to be true, then I would have to rethink my position.
Ich habe mir den Podcast angehört. Ich habe
I listened to the podcast. I knew that there was going to be, or there was a Rammstein concert in Klagenfurt. I listened to the podcast and that I remembered
diese Lieder in meiner Playlist.
why I had these songs in my playlist. Why did I like them?
Nichts darauf zurückzuführen, dass ich sage,
And had nothing to do with the fact that I would say
hat jetzt schon eher mehr für mich mit diesem Vorfall zu tun.
that this had anything to do with what had happened, and I'm not going to listen to these songs anymore because it doesn't feel right to me anymore.
Das System rund um das Recruiting von jungen
Recruitment system of young fans.
zu alt, das ist
For example, fans that were in upper 20s were considered too old. This has been proven.
vernehmlich war, ist nicht bewiesen.
But it hasn't been proven that it was not consensual, perhaps. But you know the system, you're familiar with it. And you're probably not being invited to participate in these WhatsApp chat groups because you're a man. But what do you think about this system of recruiting women and that they're invited to the pre-party and can get a little tipsy before the concert?
Also, was ich im Podcast, den Sie auch gehört haben,
Yes, I also listened to that podcast as well. And the fact that they don't really know or they can't remember what exactly happened
und unter die Bühne und so grundsätzlich.
when they were under the stage. So what is your position on this kind of system? Well, my position is that if this is indeed the case that these persons were only selected for the purposes of sex and were put in a position where they were not able to consent, then of course I would find that morally reprehensible.
Stand fest, auf schwarz und weiß gedruckt worden, dass
But has it been proven, black and white, that this was indeed the case? Right now, I would say this is a gray area. I would change my opinion on these issues if there was proof on that. As far as I know, Row Zero was abolished. Why do you think it wasn't abolished? I think, well, I don't really know, to be quite honest. Probably because of these accusations.
Es kommt zu viel drin, aber mir war auch nicht bis jetzt bekannt, dass sie abgeschafft wurde.
I had actually not known that it was abolished. This is the first I'm hearing of it. Yes, it was actually abolished. Sophia, please.
Das heißt, dass die Frauen nur
So this means that women were only recruited for sex purposes. But you don't think that that was entirely true? Maybe for other reasons? Maybe for them to give Rammstein their feedback?
Nettigkeit?
Or just to be nice? Well, if it's just for sex or not.
Also für was? Ich will gerne die Gründe wissen, was
Yes.
Gründe sein können.
I want to know what possible reasons other than sex that these women could have been recruited. Maybe just to party. What do you think a 60-year-old man needs in terms of feedback from a 20-year-old girl? Well, even if it was for sex, I don't think I should stop listening to these types of songs. No, I'm thinking about the theoretical reasons. And you said if it was only just for sex. I was just wondering what other reasons they possibly could have been recruited for. So another question is,
Ich habe eine Freundin und die ist 17 und die hat
I have a friend who is 17 and she said
mit ihrer Familie auf Rammstein-Konzerte geht und das
that she's been going to her Rammstein concerts with her family and it's part of her family activities.
Wenn man so ein Fandom hat, fühlt sich das an wie Familie auch.
When you have a fandom, is it like a family or like a community perhaps for you?
Eigentlich nicht wirklich irgendeiner anderen Rammstein-Fan so richtig befreundet.
I've never really been friends with any other fans from Rammstein. I don't know anybody in my family, my circle of friends, who's a fan of Rammstein, so I really can't say. Sonja, please.
Genau, das würde mich interessieren. Wie hat sich durch diese ganze Berichterstattung...
What would interest me is whether or not all of the media reporting
bei Ihren Freunden oder Konflikte im Freundes
led to any conflicts or questions from your friends, whether they asked you, how could you be a fan of Rammstein, or was that even addressed? No, it wasn't really an issue. Maybe my friends may have addressed that briefly, but my friends know me, and I said that for me, these are two separate issues, art and the artists, particularly against the backdrop of these accusations. So that's it.
Ich war kurz nicht im Raum, aber ich denke, das Thema wurde noch nicht angesprochen.
I have one question. I think there's one issue that has not yet been touched on.
Rund rechte Fans.
What about right-wing fans? Because you're a fan and you've gone to different concerts. Have you
Song, ich glaube Deutschland heißt der oder so.
Witnessed any of this type of activity? There's a particular song, Deutschland, I think. Have you ever seen right-wing fans in the audience? Have you experienced anything having to do with that? No, I haven't really experienced that myself. In that case, then I think the right-wing fans have misunderstood the song, because it's actually what I'm not sure what the song is really calling for in that term. So you're saying that the song could be misunderstood. You have one more minute. It can be that people are misunderstanding that.
Ein Missverständnis.
That it's just a misunderstanding, and that's it.
Der Sinn hinter diesem Werk besteht, warum dieses Werk gemacht wurde.
Why this song was made, it was for a particular reason, and some people perhaps misunderstand it. There are a lot of controversies having to do with this band and their art, and it's quite clear that maybe there are some misunderstandings that have arisen.
Noch was?
Any other questions?
20 Sekunden.
Can I? You have 20 minutes for my question. So the right-wing fans
Aus Deutschland, völlig Lindemann, Rammstein, wahnsinnige Fans sind. Es ist sicher definitiv.
Of course, there are quite a number of right-wing fans. Do you think that the band is trying to toe the line and not necessarily let themselves be nailed down to the left or to the right? And to be very ambiguous here. I don't know if they're actually taking up a conscious position, as far as I've said from I've heard from my fans. I think that they've actually been at a number of leftist or left-wing events. As far as I know, the band is actually quite left-wing. So you're saying the band is left-wing? So I'm sorry, we have to, I don't know. I only know what my friends have told me. Thank you very much for coming. I'm going to have to put an end to the questioning. Thank you.
Dramaturgin, Co-Kuratorin des Kongresswochenendes, Nathalie Assmann, zu uns.
Nathalie Assmann is now going to read out a statement. She's a curator, she's a freelance journalist, she had a focus on queer and anti-fascist issues.
Nathalie Assmann verliest ein Statement von Beate.
She's going to read
a statement, and the person is not here today due to privacy reasons. We would like to point out that the media must respect this desire for privacy. Thank you very much for your statement. On the 24th of July, 2023, Christine Vogler,
Christine Baumgartner
and Jakob Weichenberger from the Austrian Broadcasting Corporation and Zeit im Bild published the following article. This was edited on the 15th of September in 2023 and updated, and since then has been included in this form online. Let me point out, for legal reasons, passages in this text have been deleted from the original version. These reflect Beate H's experiences with Rammstein singer Till Lindemann. The Austrian broadcasting system is not allowed to create a suspicion in the depictions that Lindemann
im Zuge der Rammstein-Tour H gegen ihren Willen
hit Miss H against her will during his stadium tour. The first paragraph of the article was deleted. Forensic recordings have been investigated. These were examined by the ORF for their authenticity, also under the heading of Thomas Glow from Dens GmbH. Glow's report resulted in the fact that these photos were unretouched original recordings. He was also not able to determine any kind of manipulation of the date of recordings or the time of the corresponding data. Katrin Yen has also come to the conclusion that the marks on the buttocks of the victim were authentic. She is a specialist for forensic medicine and is setting up a clinic in Graz for clinical forensic medical investigation to support the victims of physical and sexual violence. The photos show injuries showing blunt force trauma caused by a powerful blow made by the right hand on the buttock, she said in her report. Most likely, this was carried out using the palm of the right or left hand. You can see an act committed by a third party due to the visual intensity of the structure on the skin. And this was definitely due to blunt force trauma. The next or the next portion of the paragraph was deleted in the article. Lena M. was assigned or supposedly took on a significant role in Lindemann's universe. She was supposedly a casting director and a close friend, according to Ms. H's comments. Ms. H's experience with M dovetail with other reports. H was contacted through social media in a Rammstein group, and they indicated that she could possibly meet Mr. Lindemann and other band members, and this is something that she did not want to pass up. She was very euphoric to meet the band, and she could hardly believe her luck. I simply only wanted to meet my idols, the idols that I had worshipped for so many years, the victim said. Ms. M. gave her instructions on how to dress, as well as other women in the chat group. Make yourself pretty, dress sexy, said Ms. H. If you take any boys with you, then you will be tossed out immediately. And then there were details on the meeting point, according to Ms. H. Once they got there, Ms. M. took a picture of her and the other young women from the chat group. Then Till used the picture to select girls who were allowed to attend the pre-party before the concert, says Ms. H. How did she know that Lindemann had looked at the picture and had deliberately chosen these women? Well, because Alina told me, she said. She showed me the picture where Till circled the girls that he wanted to invite to the pre-party. M. could not be reached via Instagram for a statement. According to a number of victims, the same pattern repeated itself. There were pre-parties, after-parties, and private parties for Mr. Lindemann. They took place in a separate room. Security guards monitored the girls and demanded that they put their cell phones on a table outside the room, according to Ms. H. Ms. H said that she drank at the party, but she was never drunk. I never had the impression that there were gaps in my memory. I was always fully present. The next paragraph in the article was deleted. He said, "Don't be so fussy. You know you like it." The next paragraph in the article is deleted. I thought I have the situation under control. The next paragraph in the article is deleted. He cannot do what he wants with young women. The next paragraph in the article is deleted. The Minister for Women's Affairs, Susanne Raab from the People's Party, was speechless and angry when contacted by the ORF, and she called on the city of Vienna and event organizers to develop a safety and security policy. She said that the accusations should be clarified as quickly as possible. Mary Desossi, she's a spokesperson for the Greens for Women's Affairs, thanked the victims that they were not intimidated. It takes a lot of courage to openly and publicly address the abuse of power by men and to address sexualized violence. As Rammstein concerts are obviously not a safe space for women, according to Sonja Aziz, who is the spokesperson of the Vienna Green Party for Women's Issues, she's calling for these concerts to be cancelled. And of course, there is a presumption of innocence that applies to all parties. End of the article. The victims that cannot be here today for reasons of privacy have sent us the following statement through an intermediary. My thoughts on this. As somebody who experienced this firsthand, I saw how the lead singer of Rammstein treats women, abuses women, exploits women. For that reason, it angers me to see that this band is allowed to play concerts. It angers me that people continue to worship this band, well knowing that women have suffered because of their actions. They are insulted and they are told These women are told it is your own fault. Why were you there in the first place? I would like to know how men would respond if they knew that Till Lindemann had assaulted their own daughters. Would they still be cheering and singing along in the first row of the concert? As long as it doesn't affect you personally, it doesn't matter. This stance infuriates me. That is why I am a staunch advocate for banning Rammstein concerts. Go on, wear your T-shirts, if you can square that with your conscience. But don't invite these perpetrators on stage anymore. Thank you.
There are not going to be any questions regarding that statement. It was just a statement read out, not by the author herself. Now, Sonja Aziz is going to be the next respondent. Thank you very much to you. She is a lawyer specializing in family law and representing victims of domestic and sexualized violence in criminal proceedings. In addition to her work as a lawyer, she publishes and gives lectures for universities and various women's advice centers on the subject of violence against women and family law issues. Please give us your full name. Sonja Aziz. Do you have any work or personal relationship with any members of the jury? No, I don't. First question to you. What do you think of the criminal proceedings? Why do you think those women did not file police reports or did not contact the public prosecutor's office? I know some speculation is entailed here. Just your personal opinion. Silence on the part of the victims is the biggest protection the perpetrators have, and that has to do with structural grounds. The majority of my clients who have consulted me when it comes to filing police reports because they wanted to get clarity as to whether they're really willing to raise claims, to file a claim. How sensitive will the officers be? How detailed will have my descriptions be? How do I handle questions that I'm no longer able to answer because I cannot remember what happened? And how are the prosecutors going to do next? What questions will be asked by the defense attorney? How will the alleged perpetrator react? Is there any risk of a counter lawsuit? Will I have to be silenced? Do I have to spend money on my own legal representation? All those are questions that are very important to a victim, simply because it is widely known that most allegations are not further pursued and not brought to court, and that is really the state's responsibility to create and expand effective criminal proceedings so that the conviction rate goes up. And the suspension rate should, of course, go down. Every 10th rape is brought to court in the first place. Well, it comes as a surprise because a statement made can be used as evidence in court, as testimony. So this is something that I find surprising. That is correct, but let me add to this. If we think about what happens in court, it is actually police interrogation that comes first. And what happens in court is a kind of summary that is then presented by the law enforcement officer that she types or he types into a laptop. But still, that summary minutes are very often presented in court as a verbatim witness statement, which is of course not the truth. And very often the prosecutor failed to once again invite the women and not interview her. They just read the summary report. In case of narcotics offenses, very often they give details are given here. And okay, I agree with you. The jury, please. Your question. I would like to elaborate on what you have said yesterday. Rudolf Meister, who defended Mr. Teichtmeister, the actor, and I asked him about the high number of investigations that were stopped. What is the actual rate and the alleged rate of those proceedings being terminated before court proceedings? That brings me to the core of the problem. Austria ratified the Istanbul Convention, and by doing that, it is now responsible for the collection of data in order to be able to inform the public to learn from that. Still, no statistics are being made as to the suspension of investigations or a conviction of the perpetrator. Law enforcement, the police, and judiciary all separately collect data. Journalists will have to inquire with the Ministry of Justice to get data. Right now, I don't have any knowledge of current data. You started explaining the legal situation in Austria, and you have compared the legal situation as it is with the way the law is asserted. Why do not more victims claim their rights? What is needed in terms of educating the public support when it comes to fighting police reports? The chair has already mentioned the fact that how Austrian victims are supported here. Free support in terms of psychological support, that is a bit of a cumbersome term because people will have a hard time imagining what procedural support is in the first place. Every victim has the right to be informed of a legal situation, and in this dreadful situation where a victim is about to be interviewed by a police officer, and most often the legal text is just very quickly read out and nobody understands what the legal consequences really are. What is procedural support? It means that you have the right to be supported by a victim support institution from the time a police report is filed, even though usually that is provided later on, up to the final decision of the court. So victim is never alone. At the same time, the victim protection institution can also mandate a lawyer to defend her, and this is funded by the Ministry of Justice. So no legal cost will be incurred at all. And within the scope of this system, I am actually sitting in the courtroom. I can ask questions, I can interview the witness, I can ask my own client questions. Also, a more lenient form of witness statement, which we call contradictory witness interview, where the witness is sitting in another room, can be invoked. And all of this is very important. There are studies and also statistics telling us that also a small share of victims of domestic and sexualized violence know that we have this support in the first place. It is a matter of the right terminology. If somebody tells me you will get a lawyer free of charge, then people will say, yes, please. This is a very bulky term that is used, procedural support. Back to the question as to how the legal system could or should be modified so that victims, how should I put this, will be heard better, that people will listen to them better in order to be able to remove any obstacles that will prevent victims from going down this path. Sexual violence, domestic violence, put victims in a situation, and we always have a he said, she said situation. There are no witnesses. And of course, it is great that our law gives us this presumption of innocence. At this is something provided by the legal system, and that is also very important, of course, for the alleged perpetrators. If I'm accused of something, it's very important that I'm protected by the law. But there are cases when statements or allegations made by women later on prove to be wrong. What is most difficult for my clients is that people do not believe them. It is the biggest concern, and in most cases this is confirmed. It is like a reflex, and people will say, well, she's just lying, or some rape myths are reproduced where, for example, people say, why did she file the report late? And why did she send him a nice message later on? Why did she not break up contact with him if everything was not consensual? And even in a trial, a lot of victim blaming will go on. It is a defense strategy that a victim is portrayed as not credible, and they think that this is the only way of defending their client. I do believe that we have to draw a line here, and the chair or the presiding judge will play a very important role here. The judge can, for example, declare a question as inadmissible, or if they're not pertaining to the subject matter at hand. And in those cases, it becomes clear that the focus very soon goes to blaming the victim or to her previous life or on the personal relationship with the perfect. Is she the perfect victim or not? The alleged perfect victim, that is a myth. And all of these questions, well, we were no longer going to ask those questions if everybody involved in this legal system had more knowledge regarding the consequences on the witnesses, on the jurors, on preventing any misunderstanding when it comes to assessing the credibility of the claimant. And very often police authorities say there's no further evidence, but that is incorrect. Apart from the surviving victim, there is more evidence. However, the police failed to follow up on that, and the responsibility as to the outcome of a victim is passed on to the victim, simply because the police failed to ask the right questions. I am a mediator, and I present the police or the investigative authorities with all of the allegations. So we play a very important role here. Very often, medical records are not obtained. Very often, the police do not interview neighbors, friends, and of course it's hearsay testimony, but it can leave a certain impression and can paint a certain picture of the kind of condition the witness or claimant was in at the time she first reported this report. O.J. Simpson said, I can kill my wife and nobody will prove that. Do you believe that O.J. Simpson killed his wife? Well, specifically, I don't believe. I'm not in a position to comment this case. I haven't read the files. However, something I encounter very often in almost every proceedings is that husbands tell their wives, I can do everything to you, nobody's going to stop me, and I will not be held liable. And unfortunately, most men will be right in saying this. And of course, if you stop investigations and not bring them into court, that's a disastrous message to the victims and perpetrators alike. Because victim blaming, or the fact that a victim is blamed is a disastrous message to other victims who feel they won't be sufficiently protected by the authorities. Very delicate question, which is to say victim blaming. Well, is undoubtedly victim blaming when somebody says, well, why did you wear a miniskirt? You kind of provoked the rape. Victim blaming, no doubt about that. But to come back to what you have described, that women do not or maintain the contact with the perpetrator, that they do not move out of their home. This is a wrong understanding of loyalty with their husband, but it could be one reason why a wife does not move out of the apartment. Domestic violence. We want to fight against domestic violence, but should it not be essential to strengthen women in their autonomy, to tell them, no need for you to be loyal, you can leave him? So where does victim blaming start? So there's just an attempted empowerment of women. Thank you very much for the question. Let me give you the example of domestic violence. This is where women experience most violence. Something that I find surprising and striking is there is not enough know-how how difficult it is for a woman to escape this spiral of violence. It's not just loyalty towards the spouse, the husband, a different form of dependence. There is emotional dependence. It's mostly the father of the children, and they don't want to send him to prison. And of course, they would lose out on payment. Family income is lost when the husband is imprisoned. And of course, there are other dependencies. Sometimes it has to do with residence permits. It's a financial dependence. They are the care providers, so once again, they depend on the income of their husbands, and they are afraid to give all of that up, what they have achieved as a family. And sometimes it's safer for you to be able to live with this violence on a daily basis because you have developed strategies, you have developed a routine, and many women know how to avoid their partners when they get angry or de-escalate a situation. However, what happens when they leave is a completely unsafe situation or unknown territory. Will he be put into prison or is he sent at home? What will happen then? So in other words, what you're saying, a relevant factor is the dependence on women on their partners, right? Yes, but that is one aspect, this dependence, but also there is a lot of protection and aid and support out there, but most women do not know about this. This is a societal problem. It was not introduced from abroad, and it's not the problem. Well, let me rephrase that. Austria is a highly patriarchal society, and we still have those structures, and we do not have equal opportunities. And there are so much leverage that we would have, and the present government has announced its commitment to identify the gaps and the loopholes that we still have in order to be able to fight violence against women more effectively. 3 minutes. I have two different questions. Question number one goes back to what you have just explained. Murders of women. Unfortunately, Austria is leading here in Europe. Yes, unfortunately so, especially in those cases. I represent the survivors, children, sons, daughters, parents. It's a paradox, if you will, because Austria was one of the first countries to have established the Act on the Protection of Violence. It is not a fact or demand was that it is not the woman to leave the home, but the violent men. We were among the first, and many countries copied us, but now we are leading the feminicide ranking. And a study was carried out to investigate this problem in 2018 and 19 when we saw a spike of women murders, and we were looking for the common denominators. Why do we have so many feminicides? And one answer is we do not have full coverage, no uniform assessment of perpetrators. You have to imagine that those institutions that are to protect women have been researching the inherent risk of perpetrators for many years, and actually it would be the police's responsibility, and they don't use the tools that are available for lack of know-how. A lack of effective protection is the answer. So, there is a discrepancy between perpetrators that are known to the public and those that are no-name perpetrators. And very often it is said that well-known personalities have a lot to lose, and JLB Lynn receives death threats. Can you comment on this? Well, Rammstein, what do they stand to lose? They still fill stadiums. Exactly, that's what I wanted to say. A short while after the allegations were raised, they filled stadiums, 110,000 in Vienna. There were protests against this, but the majority, of course, was the number of fans that went to their concerts in great numbers. And this is something, namely, handling or how victims, how much they have to suffer. It is a message of hatred, sometimes also declarations of solidarity, especially from feminists. And some people say they just want to have sex. They have to be blamed for what happened to them. And that is really a disaster. They were brave enough to speak up within the scope of the Me Too movement, and they're hoping very much to be able to change something. And the Me Too movement points to the structural problem that we have all over the world. Thank you very much for this wonderful closing sentence. Time is up. Thank you very much to you, Sonja Aziz.
Als nächste Auskunftspersonen
the next respondents are
Philin
Dressler and Fatima Jost for hashtag Aufstehen. Please come up to the podium. Philin Dressler is a campaign manager for the civil society platform hashtag Aufstehen. Previously, she worked for EU institutions in Brussels and was a campaigner for the international campaign to abolish nuclear weapons. She was a co-initiator of the hashtag Keine Bühne für Täter campaign, which calls for the band Rammstein to be banned from performing in Austria. Fatima Jost is a campaigner for the civil society platform hashtag Aufstehen. She is also regularly present in front of camera in order to promote these issues in the digital space. Her main topics are feminism and anti-racism. Thank you very much. Please give us your full names. Philin Dressler and Fatima Jost. Do you have a professional or personal relationship with members of the jury? No. Also for me, no. I would like to ask you to give us your view of this case. Today, we are here on behalf of many supporters who in 2023 called on us to urge that these types of perpetrators not be given a stage. We actually called for Rammstein concerts to be cancelled because of the many accusations that had come to light, and it was not a safe space for fans. It doesn't 24, we launched a petition in order to cancel Rammstein's November concert. And once again, we would like to reiterate our call to event organizers to cancel these concerts.
Ich glaube, meine Kollegin hat das alles gerade sehr gut auf den Punkt getroffen.
I think my colleague has already stated her case quite clearly. Svenja, please.
Ja, ich würde Sie gerne fragen. Sie haben gerade gesagt,
Yes, thank you. You said that it's not a safe space for women. One could perhaps object. There is no row zero anymore. That has been abolished. And after this media hype,
aber ich würde jetzt mal vermuten,
well,
dass
I don't know exactly, but I could guess that the band no longer carries out these types of recruiting practices. So my question to you is perhaps these concerts have become a much more of a free, safe space for female fans, probably no more or less than other concerts. 2023, this was definitely an argument because at the time we were contacted by activists from Germany and Switzerland that although row zero had been abolished, that there were still after-show parties and recruiting still continued to take place. For that reason, for us, it was quite clear that this was not a safe space for female fans. And today, we call on event organizers to cancel these concerts for societal and moral reasons. The point is that nowadays, all Rammstein fans know about this recruiting system, so maybe it would be very difficult to understand this argument that a female fan would be caught in a trap. So maybe you could abandon your products. So you're saying that the victims should think, yes, of course. I think it is here to argue on the basis of taking responsibility for yourself. As you saw in the prior interviews with respondents, oftentimes these are very young women, and this is a recruitment system that makes it very difficult for them to say no, to escape. Yes, we know all that now. But still, I would contend, why are we not putting this question to victims or supported victims and not the perpetrators? Particularly with regard to this recruitment system. How can we make sure that our female fans can be safe? We have not heard from them to this day. How do you see this comparison? Here I'm talking about what is here at stake. Do you think you can separate the art and the artist? Or what about the lyrical first-person narrator? What about the lyrics? I think I'd like to tackle the question of the lyrics, because I think that ties into your first questions. I don't think that we can separate art from the artist. I've brought a couple of quotes here. On one hand, he demonstrates rape fantasies in song lyrics. So I can picture exactly, I don't understand where I can separate the art and artists with these rape fantasies reflected in the lyrics. And there are also very recent songs. I think it was brought out onto the market in 2020, so it's really not that far in the past, which talks about putting date rape drugs into a girl's drink. For me, I think this is an absolute glorification of rape culture. Okay. Mr. Fraspöller is trying to get at the following point. Perhaps we could begin to ban Lady Betray, for example, because we don't like her. Should not we uphold the principle of artistic freedom here? Do you know the band Lanza? This was a neo-Nazi rock band until 2003 that was targeting minorities and glorifying hate of minorities. We were able to justify a ban of the band because of its incitement to hate against minorities. Okay, where is the difference between that and sexism? If you don't see women as a minority, if you say there's a separation between art and the artist, Svenja, as I've understood, this is a philosophical analogy I'm trying to ask. So why is Lanza not permitted to perform with its racist and anti-Semitic songs? But we have songs by Rammstein, Fuck You Bitch, Die Bitch, for example, and this is where we worship artistic freedom. Why is Rammstein allowed to perform? And what about Lindemann and Lanza? No, we don't think that Lindemann should be able to perform. But what about artistic freedom? But artistic freedom certainly does mean that I am generating profit on the backs of someone else. If I'm creating art, I can do that without discriminating certain groups of people. So you have to be allowed to say certain things. Yes, you are allowed a freedom of opinion. This is something that we have in Austria, and it's a great thing, indeed. But I think that hate is discrimination and opinion. There's a very big difference between those concepts. What about Rammstein and Lanza? Who is going to draw that line? Well, I think it is our duty as a whole of society to make that differentiation and to educate people on that difference. Mr. Pfaller, please. What I'd be interested in, why are you calling for cultural political consequences? Why not security and safety policies? Why are you calling for concerts to be cancelled? Why are you not calling for backstage areas to be policed with bodyguards, etc.? These could be measures that you could institute to guarantee the safety of these girls. Women. I've heard girls so many times today, and I think this is a very problematic. Okay, I would like to say women, yes, but we had said that these are young women. Young women are not girls. We're talking about very young women in some cases. To get back to the question, I think I remember that there were statements by organizers who had defended themselves because they had instituted an awareness team. That what did they have? Awareness teams. They had awareness teams. Sorry, I didn't understand you acoustically. But the recruiting system was still in place. That's one point. But I think the city of Vienna has set up measures to ensure safe concerts. So we're not just talking about cultural policy, but whole of society measures. And there are many supporters who see this from a similar point of view. We need to have a whole of society discourse on this. We want to allow perpetrators not to hide behind an artistic persona. But just because we cannot condemn somebody legally or convict them legally, it doesn't mean that we cannot condemn them or judge them morally and societally. So basically, I think you've answered my question. So you are carrying out this campaign for perpetrators that have not been convicted by court of law. So you are using publicity in order to initiate a societal discussion. Yes, it is important for us to support victims and to make it less difficult for them to speak out. We want them to be able to speak out on their experience without them being sued into eternity. We want to make sure that this takes place in the positive aspect of Me Too, even in cases that are still in legal limbo. You said that there was a petition that you circulated, no stage for supposed perpetrators. Much of these cases touch on perpetrators. Some only have been convicted and some of them are only accused. What is your position on that? Well, I think it's good that you invited us here to speak today because it's important to carry out these discourses. And I think that the Vienna Congresses are a very good forum for that. Are they giving the perpetrators a stage here? In a certain sense, perhaps. I did not follow the live stream the last several days. This is a difficult question.
Entschuldigung, wenn ich da kurz anknüpfen darf.
Allow me to follow up. Maybe this would give perpetrators a stage, but I think it's more important to highlight the discourse and give the discourse a stage.
Entschuldigung, ich dachte, ich wäre dran, aber...
Sorry, I thought was my turn. Yes. Just to follow up, what do you mean by discourse? So that we can have an exchange of views openly and to shed light on the victims, because we are always talking about the perpetrators. So my actual question is whether or not you would be in favor of not listening to Michael Jackson songs. Or, for example, if a radio plays those songs, would that be something you could get behind? It's not something that we are called for. I think as a person, you have to think about where you are putting your money, what kind of art you are consuming. And if you go to a Rammstein concert, we think that that's something you have to decide for yourself. It's important for us to discuss these matters and to listen to the victims. You have this overwhelming power of the genius. This is something that we have to debunk. So if I may follow up here, maybe this is something else that you could call for, that this is a decision that is up to each and every one of us. If you want to go to a Rammstein concert, I support that, but it is a completely different thing that you're calling for, namely not giving supposed perpetrators a stage. So you're saying that Rammstein should not be allowed to perform, so the fans that are sitting here would not be able to enjoy their band. Maybe one of the reasons that we launched this initiative, we saw that these event organizers had boasted that they were fully behind opposing sexism. But we saw that these practices were not abolished, and for that reason, it's not necessarily against legally banning concerts, but the voluntary canceling of these concerts, because we're calling on the event organizers to exercise their societal responsibility.
Ich finde das immer ganz so hypothetisch, ich muss einfach Flasspöller werden, entschuldigt.
So this is perhaps a rather hypothetical, but it's about presenting a counterweight, namely that the perpetrators are not giving a stage. But what could we do here? What can we do to prevent the sexual violence perpetrated by perhaps sex men, supposedly? But let's just think this through. I think it's a bit difficult. When I heard about David Bowie having sex with a 13-year-old, I love David Bowie. So this is a very difficult question if we have to decide for ourselves, of course. We're talking about a counterweight here and thinking this through. Well, my question, of course, is what is a realistic demand that you can formulate? Our demand is not to provide accused perpetrators with a stage. We don't want a legal ban. We just want to raise awareness. We want to shift awareness amongst event organizers so that they would voluntarily decide not to give these perpetrators a stage, that they would cancel these concerts. Well, it's about money, isn't it? You mean event organizers? Rammstein? Of course. Yes, of course. It is certainly about money. But economic interests must not be allowed to take precedence over the safety of the attendees. Maybe a more generalized question. Should the state intervene in these cases? Well, once the accusations came to light,
gab es Aussagen von PolitikerInnen, wonach die
Politicians, for example, in Germany,
in ihrem
stated
gar keine Zero stattfindet.
that Row Zero should be abolished in these areas where they were responsible. I have not really followed up on whether or not this was followed by legal bans of this kind. I think it's very difficult when we're talking about legal bans because this was touched on before, but I think it's important that this may trigger a political shift in the opposite direction. But once again, we are calling on event organizers to exert their responsibilities. You're saying, Arcadia is saying no sexism, and this is something you've seen on the website.
Oder gesetzlich auch verlangt wird, das einzuhalten?
Are there any calls to enforce those measures? I think the event organizers have to grapple with that themselves. So what does this mean when I'm saying that I'm 100% against sexism? Is it possible perhaps to sign contracts with clauses to that effect included? That it would be a possibility. Well, I have not really aware of any of these cases. Of course, there are many codes of conduct for concerts. Of course, many concerts boast no sexism, no racism, etc.
Ja, wirklich dann strukturelle implementieren.
But how do you implement that structurally? Is there anything that you think could be done? Well, I think the review of event laws would be good, that certain things would be mandatory, but we think it's not enough. Svenja, please. We heard that there are women, and there are many of them, of course, that were willing participants in this system. As far as I've understood this correctly, there were people who willingly had sex with Till Lindemann, who went backstage and performed blowjobs. They were willingly participating in these videos, and they signed a contract to that effect. What is your position on that? When you say, how did you put it? We don't want to give sexism a chance. So what exactly does that mean? There are women, for example, who, based on their own autonomy, agree to participate in this. Well, this is quite easy. Of course, it's very different if I'm doing something voluntarily or if I've been given a date rape drug. Yeah, this is something that was touched on here.
Natürlich gibt es auch Frauen, die
Of course, there are women who, for example, were happy to climb into bed with Till Lindemann. But that is their value system, and if they can justify that with their morals, then that's their issue. But what about safety and security, as Robert Falla said? How can we make sure that women are not introduced into a situation against their will? But maybe there are some women who think that it's really sexy and hot to be in such a situation. What is your problem with that? Well, it's not a problem as long as it is consensual and voluntary. Why are we here today? Because there were many accusations. There were many women who came forward, and for us, that carries more weight in this case. Sophie, please.
Glauben Sie, dass O.J. Simpson seine Frau umgebracht hat?
Do you believe that O.J. Simpson killed his wife? I think I'm the only one who has not seen this Netflix series, so I can't really express an opinion on that. Any more questions? If that is not the case, then I would like to say that I have received a request to take the floor as a right of reply. Simon Bergmann, thank you very much for coming today.
Wie lautet der Antrag genau?
What is your request? Thank you very much for giving me the right to reply. Because it's very difficult to address arguments that are presented after I took the floor. So we talked about reporting on the basis of suspicions, and I think this is something we've lost sight of in the course of our discussions today, and I would like to return our focus to that. Sorry, please. Ms. Shahin has called me an asshole attorney who represents these types of perpetrators. My colleague from criminal law read out information on criminal law proceedings on rape.
Keine Bühne für Täter.
And the two women here called on the fact that we should give no perpetrators a stage.
So, das heißt,
so what does this mean for Till Lindemann, particularly with regard to criminal law? Well, the previous speakers assume that there was a crime committed. My question was, why did these women not go to the police? This is a justified question. I'm not trying to impute anything here. Yes, I understood. Why did the victims, is what you said, and I'm sorry, I am not going to be corrected on this. The problem is as follows. So we are imputing that there was a rape and a perpetrator, a rapist. I wasn't. No, I'm sorry, that's what I read into what you said. Allow me to finish my comments, please.
Unterstellen wir, dass es hier eben eine Straftat gegeben hat.
Are we suggesting that there was a criminal act committed, that this so-called perpetrator has acts with women against their will? We're not doing that. We're talking about reporting on the basis of suspicion. And these charges were mostly dismissed by a court of law because there was no evidence. If any of this had happened, then the court cases would have been won. For example, Lena Kampf. Rape accusations, roofies, sex, unconsensual sex, all of this was prohibited from being reported. That's why, when you read the article in the Austrian Broadcasting Corporation, all of this information had to be deleted because this was prohibited by a court of law, because there was no evidence to that effect.
Thank you
very much for your comments.
Now, this brings us to the questions of the Council. We have 15 minutes for that. One member of the Council has requested to ask a question. The question goes to Mr. Bergmann.
Wobei die Frage vom Rat eher
the Council's question
getilgten Ungelindemann
is not so much about the artist, but it is about a victim's perspective. The question is as follows. If a victim decides to file a claim, to file a report, to make this public and wants to find out ideally what kind of protection there is, social media, via television, via newspapers. Is there any kind of advice available? So suppose a victim were to come to you and say, what would I have to do beforehand to avoid any prejudgment? Is there any kind of recommendation or an established structure that you recommend? 2 minutes. There are organizations like the Weiße Ring in Germany, so our criminal defense attorney would be better suited than me to answer that. From the perspective of a media law expert, the women would be well advised not to disclose something like that in the media or in the social media. Somebody who's a victim and wants to file a report should contact the police, and even though allegations of victim blaming and public prejudgment are made, all of this will not happen if you just contact the police, the criminal investigation authorities, and not turn to the social networks. Thank you very much for that. Another question? Briefly introduce yourself and tell us who you address the question. Agnes Koher, and my question goes to Lena Kampf. Thank you very much. Lena? So, what made you review this case And according to your expertise, what are the standards to be met by a case that it is followed up at so many levels, also in comparison with other cases? Thank you very much for that. We did not go to the public, but this shall be on the 22nd of March 2023. A concert was held in Vilnius, and a couple of days later on, she posted on Twitter a warning to other women, and this was followed by many posts of other women, other users of social media who spoke up. And that, of course, meant for us as investigative journalists, we have the methods to follow up on those allegations, and that is what we made. The allegation was raised that date rate drops were given. However, here, no evidence was found. We never wrote any reports on that. That is why those reports have not been prevented by the court. Then the recruiting system for after-show parties or sex was raised, and then we contacted social media users. We said we're interested in investigating those allegations, so please contact us. Remember, before in my interview, I said that we talked with many witnesses who spoke about this recruiting and casting system. Therefore, we wrote the article in the Süddeutsche Zeitung, in the newspaper, that was relevant because there was a high number of women who were affected, a great number of potential victims, women fans who go to Rammstein concerts. So there's never been questions, and the courts confirmed that prevention is very important, and therefore the public has an interest to be informed. Another question. Somebody in the first row?
Hier. Kein Thema.
Hallo, ich bin Olga Flaum.
Olga Flaum. My question goes to this community of fans, the two fans. Claudia Pastana, Alessio Romanelli, please. Claudia, first question to you. Now, I'd like to come back to the question asked by Svenja. How does it feel to be a member of the Rammstein community? It is a big community. There's mutual support. We talk with each other about mutual topics, not just Rammstein. There is great loyalty. We also discuss global political issues. That's been my experience. And it's Rammstein who acts as a glue, actually, who holds everything together. Right, because it's the common denominator that brings us together, not just in Austria, not just in Europe, but all over the world. Alessio, next question to you. What is so important regarding the lyrics? Could you describe this once again, that there is no censorship?
Das gefällt mir.
That is what I like. So, artistic freedom, correct, that there is true and actual artistic freedom, and no ban on it. Two more questions.
Ich würde gerne Herrn Bergmann was fragen.
My question goes to Mr. Bergmann. Martin Zwogelmann, member of the council, I'm going to start with my question. The first and second stanza of the first stanza, would you be able to sing it? How is Hoffmann von Fallerstein to blame for this? Would you sing it? The first and second stanza? No, of course not. Next, how come he's not convicted in court? These two things do not go hand in hand with each other. Could you explain the difference? Well, let me put it like that. There are convicted felons, or there are National Socialists, anti-Semitic offenders, you name it. And then we need to ask ourselves, is that morally right? Am I going to sing the song? Am I going to listen to this? And I answer this by saying, I'm not going to do that. However, In the morning, I said the fact that those people have not contacted the police seems that me, in my capacity as a lawyer, come to the conclusion that penalties should not be increased, but procedures, legal proceedings should be put on the focus. A different perspective is necessary. That is what I said. I did not speak about victims in my statement, but persons, people. You stand corrected.
Also ich hätte eine Frage an den Herrn Bergmann beziehungsweise an alle Anwältinnen.
Well, the question goes to everybody, so all respondents. I don't care who answer this. Do you think it's a good idea to amend the law? Anti-Semitic statements are forbidden and banned. And why are anti-feminist or misogynist statements not forbidden? And also racist statements. Well, of course, sexual assault is forbidden. No, I did not talk about offenses. I talked about statements. Why is it possible to make misogynistic statements? Can you give me an example? So what the two ladies of Aufstehen said about the lyrics of Rammstein, well, I think they answered this because this is protected by artistic freedom. It is my opinion that this is discrimination, not artistic freedom. Well, that was the question, right? And that was the answer you got. It is not satisfactory, but we don't have a right to satisfying answers. So,
Ich hoffe, ich halte die Reihenfolge ein, ansonsten Sie werden mich korrigieren. An wen richtet sich die Frage und würden Sie sich kurz vorstellen?
Hello, my name is Manamio Kazaki.
My name is Namanyo Kasaki. You represent, as you said, Mr. Lindemann. Apparently you did a great job, and your professionalism is your expertise as a lawyer is something I very much admire. However, everything that's said here is very hurtful. If you were to represent a woman who says or claims that she was abused by Mr. Lindemann, do you think that this wouldn't be a problem for Mr. Lindemann? Indeed, is the answer.
Die nächste Frage aus dem Rat.
Next question.
Ja, bitte. Wenn Sie sich kurz vorstellen würden und sagen... Ja,
Petra Hayek. Question goes to you as well. Somebody asked the question, but it wasn't answered. So I, as a member of the council, I'm curious to know, do you have a daughter? And if you have a daughter or had a daughter at the same age, how would you respond if your daughter was a huge fan of Rammstein, would love the lyrics, watch the videos, and then actually go to one of his concerts, or the band's concert, even at a time when the topic was not high up on the agenda and when not so much awareness was here. As far as personal rights are concerned, I instruct my clients that they should not answer those questions. I'm not going to tell you whether I have a daughter or not. If I had a daughter, of course, I would have a close look at the situation, but knowing all the facts or all of the information, I can truly tell you I wouldn't have a problem.
An welche Auskunftsperson?
My question goes to Mr. Bihhat. Thank you very much to everybody for being here, for answering our questions. What is your name, ma'am? Muriel Meissner. And my question is,
Ihr heutiges Konzept von Zustimmung, Consent?
How do you secure consent? Okay. You have spoken about how important it is that everything is consensual. So how do you make sure that any participants provide consent? So what is your idea, your understanding of consent? The way I understand consent in general means that we should discuss everything before a performance, before something happens. Now, you discuss all of this with the actors, the actresses, with the band members. Two parties come together and discuss something, and that is how I define consent. And that means that a movie or a clip, a performance, can then be made and produced. And if in this within the scope of consent, consensual non-consent becomes a problem. This is something that is discussed. So safe terms, for example, could be used. And that is what happens. Everybody knows exactly what they are up against. That is how I define consent. So that is what I do in my work. Has that answered your question, ma'am? Thank you very much. One more question? Please give us your name.
Mein Name ist Ursula.
Ursula Napravnik.
Frage beantwortet und aufstehen.
Aufstehen. The question goes to Philin and Fatima. I do believe the concert took place, or the venue was the Vienna Stadium, right? And you directed your requests to the organizers. Wouldn't it have been the liability of the city of Vienna because they own the stadium? So that is a political question. Well, I've said we made a point of addressing our concerns to the organizers. Also, the stadium, the Ernst-Happel-Stadium, and of course we knew that the city of Vienna, government of Vienna, was the owner, but we made a point of appealing to the organizers with our appeal not to offer a stage to the alleged perpetrators. And I would like to add to this, Till Lindemann concert in November is to be cancelled. That appeal was directed at the organizers, but also the owners of Wiener Stadthalle. Any feedback? No? From media reports, we have learned that the event laws have been changed in order to increase the awareness at concerts, which is something we acknowledge and appreciate. Thank you very much. I hereby would like to close the round of questions asked by the members of the Council. Thank you very much to all of the respondents for coming and for your willingness to be interviewed. Robert Pfaller, member of the jury, is now going to give us his summary. Please come to the lectern, and you have 10 minutes for your summary. Thank you very much.
Geschätzte Anwesende,
ladies and gentlemen, I'm only here to fill in for Harald Bartenstein, and I really had very little opportunity in the run-up to this event to gather my own information on these cases. I really have only used the material that I was able to glean from your statements and contributions. But what I see today concerning the case Till Lindemann was a very strong suspicion of guilt, at least by some people represented here. Spinoza, the philosopher, said that what we recognize with our reason, we can defend with reason. This goes for passion as well. This is a sentence that I think we can all get behind.
Bewirken sollte, glaube ich,
die Radikalität
I think that when we are discussing policies and politics,
Maß unseres gesicherten Wissens stehen.
we have to be aware of the radicalness of our positions. And I think that Sonja Aziz pointed out that we always have to engage in the thought experiment. What kind of rules would we like to see enacted? And oftentimes, if those rules were then used as a weapon against us. This is not a utopia or a thought experiment, but this indeed happens. This does take place, as I've seen in university experiences in the United States. For example, Laura Kipnis and her work, Unwanted Advances. She describes very clearly how certain measures that were set up at private American universities in the intention of protecting victims were actually used to enact a witch hunt at universities. The simple suspicion without evidence would be enough to destroy people's lives. A very second and very important point, the second point would be,
das Kunstschaffen von Rammstein näher kenne, mir doch
without being familiar with Rammstein's art,
eng verbunden ist mit der
I see that the transgressiveness and the sexual freedom, of course, has very much to do with their creation process. And here this calls to mind the Rolling Stones. This is something that was very interesting, brought up by Sophia Süßmuth. Why could we perhaps not apply these rules to racism and anti-sexism? Why is violence against women considered an adequate subject for art? Mr. Bihhat actually introduced the idea of consensus, the fact that there is consensual participation, and this is certainly not the case with racism and anti-Semitism.
Dass es zum Wesen der Kunst gehört, ambivalente Formen hervorzubringen.
Art, of course, engages in ambiguousness, ambivalence. Of course, there's the group Leibach from Slovenia.
Sie sind keine Domobranzen oder slowenischen Faschisten.
They've also said that they are not fascists, but they have never distanced themselves from their language, but they've had a very decisive political impact. They prevented the creation of a right-wing party that uses these symbols. They were able to wipe the slate clean in the political sphere, because Leibach had occupied those symbols to such an extent, all of the right-wing parties would have been faced with the accusation of being a very cheap copy of Leibach. Another point that was touched on today, and this is something that has occurred to me over the last several days, is that we are defaming the concept of the genius in art. I feel that I understand what is meant here, but I think we have to differentiate between the genius and the people in powerful positions, and people, of course, who are the squeaky wheel. Geniuses are something quite different. I've been teaching at art universities for the last 30 years, and I have seen that there are men and women who exhibit this genius. And by defaming genius, you are destroying an aspect of artistic work. A genius, and you can, of course, read up on this. In Plato, a genius is somebody who is able to put themselves in a mental state to achieve something that is quite unexpected. And I think this is a very important job of art. And if you say that geniuses can only be men, then you are barring women from occupying the position of genius. I think that would be truly a pity. And I think that
Katalogtexte und es gibt Filme.
This would truly be a pity in the fine arts as well as in the film industry, and I think this would have a devastating impact on film funding in Austria.
Feministische Kritik heranzuziehen mit dem Argument,
So if I were to approach a feminist criticism,
geschrieben hat,
I could quote Inse Hertel,
Moment, wo Frauen die Position
who said that
beginnt man in der Literaturtheorie vom Verschwinden des Autors zu schwärmen.
we are, when women are then celebrated as authors, this is where we start to celebrate the disappearance of the author in literary criticism. But what I don't understand about Aufstehen is why a concert should be cancelled. Why
Da gibt es eine Diskussion.
this is so important. But for instance, if the concerts take place, then discourse can in fact be carried out. I think that there is a lot of hypocrisy and cowardice that takes place when art events are cancelled on the basis of these demands.
Institutionen sammeln selber Politik.
We and art institutions, of course,
Ich glaube, wichtiger ist
are always looking for these areas of interface between art and politics, and I think it's important to protect people, and I think we certainly can do that with other measures. And preventing crime, of course, is very important, but I don't think that canceling a concert would achieve that goal. And this takes me to my last point. And this is not just with regard to cases that we have touched on. I think it's important not to succumb to the illusion of the sage. I think a problem amongst the women in the case of Rammstein is that they were not able to separate the art from the artist. And I think it's important to recall that separation and to make it very clear. Art oftentimes has to portray something that is evil, and it's not for glorification purposes. I think this is misunderstood. Art has to project the ambivalence in order to avert evil. And in the worst case, for example, if Rammstein sings a song with terrible lyrics, it's not glorification.
und unterdrückt in Anspruch genommen wurde. Diabolisierte Menschen reagieren auf ihre Diabolisierung sehr oft genau dadurch.
I think it's important to point out that people have been demonized and they respond to that demonization. This is a defensive mechanism. So you can read all about that in the Dirty Rituals essay written by Stephen Greenblatt. So that was the last point I wanted to make. It's important here for us to separate art from the artist. And I think this will help us avoid any mistakes. The stage here is important, for example, if there are people who are willing to play the crocodile from Punch and Judy plays. And if we don't have the bad guy, for example, in a play, then plays are boring indeed. And I think some people here have tried to play the crocodile, bad guy here. And I just want to point out that necessity. Thank you very much for your speech.
Ein neues Ziel. Ich hoffe nicht.
Okay. I'm very much hoping that nobody will ever call me a genius. I'm not really sure whether I'll manage to do so. That's really a pity, but well, never mind. In case of a lawyer, I don't know. You're not an ideal genius. Now, let us move on to what is most interesting, which is to say the questions.
Übernehmen und die Fragen nochmals vortragen.
Ich übernehme.
So the questions. Let us hear the questions again. So now the jury needs to arrive at a verdict, if you will, at a decision. And briefly, I'm going to explain the process that we're going to follow in order to be able to reach a sound conclusion. of our investigation, the Congress chair is again going to present all of the cases. Then you're going to deliberate in chambers for 1 hour. You have to answer yes or no. Once again, you will have 1 hour to do that. The vote. The vote, of course, should be transparent. We want full disclosure. No unanimous vote is required. A question is deemed to be answered in the affirmative if at least 3 of the 4 jury members vote in favor. The discussion must continue until a majority of 3 to 4 votes is reached. 3 out of 4 votes, rather. Now, it would also be great if you could give us reasons for your vote. Remember, the first session was called Art Canon and Complicity, Mühle, Friedrichshof and the Museum. And the guiding questions for the first session are: 1. Should Otto Mühl's art be removed from the art canon and thus no longer be exhibited in major art shows, especially in public museums? 2. Is the demand that certain images, paintings no longer be shown at all? It is enfranchisement of the public or even an encroachment on artistic freedom. 3. Are pictures, such as the Ash pictures, art or evidence of abuse? 4. Was the art commune at Friedrichshof already a cult, sect, at the time of its creation, and that the government of Austria therefore failed to fulfill its responsibility towards the children and young people at Friedrichshof, and are Mühl's victims entitled to compensation payments? Regarding the topics of the second session, institutional responsibility and the culture of silence, the Teichtmeister case, the following questions were put to the jury. 1. Is it legitimate that the ORF has taken productions with Florian Teichtmeister out of the program and no longer broadcast them? Are the public verbal attacks on Teichtmeister and therefore on are they disproportionate and already fall into the category of incitement to hatred? Has the Vienna Burg Theatre, and that is question number 3, fulfilled its responsibility as an employer from a legal and moral point of view? 4. Do further preventative measures and support structures need to be set up for the TV and film industry to protect those affected by assault, violence and abuse at the workplace? And the questions pertaining to our third session, the Rammstein case, Me Too in the music industry, prejudgment, and the lyrical first-person narrator. Question number 1. Is Till Lindemann's artistic work a call for sexualized violence against women and a glorification of rape culture? 2. Has Till Lindemann been permanently and even unfairly damaged due to statements and accusations that cannot be proven? 3. That the Row Zero system obviously established situations that encourage sexualized violence? Is it ethically justifiable for organizers to stage large concerts with Lindemann? And 4, in general, is the protection of personalities or personality rights of famous defendants predominant in suspicion-based reporting, so that the protection of victims should be strengthened? I would now like to ask the jury to start their deliberations, and then afterwards to present their vote and also give the reason for that. I'm going to hand questions to you in a sealed envelope.
Und hiermit
and I hereby declare the investigations closed and the jury will now retire to deliberate. We're going to hear closing statements and the jury's verdicts after the break we're going to take now. And we're going to start again at 3:30. Thank you very much for coming. See you again at 3:30.
Steht auf, ihr Töchter. Ich bitte Ruhe im Saal.
Silence in the hall.
Vielen Dank an die Assistentin.
Thank you very much to my assistant. I hereby call this closing session to order for the Second Vienna Congress.
Wir beginnen mit den Abschlussreden.
We will begin with the closing speeches, which will once again shed light on the subjects under discussion from antagonistic perspectives. Let us begin with Paul Poet's contribution. I would like to ask you to come up to the lectern. Paul Poet is an Austrian director, screenwriter, and artist. He works in the field of film, theater, and performance, and is known for his experimental and socially critical production and films. Paul Poet, you have 10 minutes. Poet, yes, thank you. Please pardon me for mispronouncing your name. You have 10 minutes. I hope I can fit it all in. I hope I will be able to squeeze it all in. People of the Free Republic of Vienna, every art counts, every culture counts, every expression counts, but also every fucking individual case counts. Nothing can be outweighed by anything, nothing can be justified by anything. But everything must be considered, everything must be reflected on, everything has to be possible, and discussed in ways not allowed. I've been doing this for 45 years, and I'm somebody who's been affected with violence, sexualized violence, with the idea of being a human and a victim. If learned anything along the way, it is that when an artist also becomes a perpetrator, no art in the world is justified, becomes more relevant, is ennobled by the transgression of boundaries, the abuse of power, the rape that logically happens outside of art. And that is exactly the point. Art and culture gives us power. It gives us the power of language. The words are the key to self-empowerment beyond existing power contexts. But to name it as rape, abuse, assault, and be able to fight it by naming it. If the artist becomes the perpetrator, then the act stands beside the art and should be understood as an act that cannot be read through the quality and effectiveness of the art. It doesn't matter if the artist had a bad childhood, whether they like fluffy little animals, what channels they can open up for you, but simply the act itself. That is what matters. In 2008, I worked for the first time with Florence Bauer, a former member of the Friedrichshof Commune, one of the main accusers of the convicted artist Otto Mühl. The verdict was not enough for her. For years, she fought to be heard in order to expose the entire abuse structure of this social utopia, which included many more perpetrators, observers, people who tolerated this, non-perpetrators, people from radio and television, politicians who not only knew to use the glare, but also the opportunities available. People still like to sweep that under the carpet today. I shot an interview with Florence. It was a film that looked like an interview, but it was more of a self-processing, self-empowerment to make the multiple forms of social and psychological abuse that happened in her life tangible by verbalizing them. I stood by her as ally and enabler, as an understanding victim who gave her this voice to engage others and inspire them to resist an abusive system. The people in the Ministry of Culture were not happy. I was shamed as a rapist with a camera and this diction, mind you. I was not promoted. I was excluded. I was bad talk. I was subject to a parliamentary investigation supported by a number of parties, and the ministry had to apologize, and Florence refused to testify.
Zuletzt hat das beim Ministerium erzeugt, dass Förderablehnungen seitdem auch schriftlich festgehalten werden müssen.
Since then, the ministry has had to put all of their decisions in writing for refusing funding. More than that, I found a large number of supportive women who found themselves accused with having committed some kind of crime, including people like Rose McGowan, who would ultimately launch the Me Too movement. And I'm quite proud of becoming part of this movement, although
Nichtzensurierbarkeit von Kunsteinträge.
I am against the censorship of art.
Ein Beispiel meiner persönlichen
An example of a personal dismay, which probably serves this Congress the most, is as a 19-year-old, I was a voiceless young baby. I was a cable boy, I was fresh meat and easy prey at the Austrian broadcasting system, not just for the older department, people who grabbed my pants and promised me a great career in the television show, but also a well-known children's television show host named Erich Schleier, who grabbed me and massaged my parts in front of the audience on the sidelines while the recording was running, invisible to the cameras. I was stunned. Afterwards, he apologized to me backstage, but the apology turned into an attempted rape. Erich was much bigger and stronger than me and couldn't escape his strength, but I fought back. I shouted, I made absurd, disturbing noises to irritate him in his lust, and I escaped. I was very happy to have escaped, and of course, then I made a mistake that most victims make. Of course, thousands and thousands of women, also many men and trans people. I kept quiet. I repressed it. I hardly told anyone. You have to know that Erich Schleier has become well known as a Frankenfurter of the Rocky Horror Picture Show, and he's become a legitimate icon of sexual liberation. And I'm sure he was fabulous at it. I knew and admired him for that as well. But this paralyzed me in speaking out. When he died just a few months ago, of course, there were the usual requiem of people who said what a wonderful person he was, and I realized how crappy it feels when an abuser, your abuser, is being courted as holy, and you can't find the strength to disagree. Of course, I found out at the point that other men weren't as lucky as I was to escape, and I started to blame myself. Would things have happened differently if I had spoken up? But does that say anything about Frankenfurter, the Rocky Horror Picture Show, or all of his culture, his depictions, that his portrayal that inspired so many people? No. In the years following my film with Florence, I was contacted privately by several hundred other people, mainly women, but not just in the film industry, but also in culture everywhere. There are many bodies and sisterhoods. We do, Vera F. Sigoria, for example, who are also active here. I'm not happy that my experience in this area have become fewer. But many of the stories are true. The director who had him wear beats his leading lady's head bloody several times on the theater table during the reading. For example, the harmless-looking young actor with octopus arms who gives a borderline actress plenty of drugs, not only to make her willing, but also to prevent her from testifying to rape in court. The small-time producer with the roofies and trattoria castings in the Bobo district, supported by the same waiter and the same cab driver, where the mother of two wakes up the next morning with a sexually transmitted disease on somebody else's couch instead of taking her children to school. All of this is true, and all of this should be made visible. All of this has nothing to do with the art that the respective perpetrators embody. We have to learn to mark the artist and the perpetrator separately. And along the way, we have to address everything. We have to talk about the deed. We can't cancel anything. We can't gloss over anything. We can't silence anything. Leidos allows us to grasp the world and master the world. It does not build the world. Let us take culture, let us moralize it. Let us also give voice to those to name the omnipresent horror and to process it. Let's turn language into a weapon to reverse the power behind the scenes. One of the worst sentences I've ever heard in this context was one that I perceived as an act of violence, was when a journalist who called herself the feminist, after I came out as a victim of sexual assault, she said to me, completely unmoved, that it was statistically completely irrelevant for me as a man. She said it was completely irrelevant. I thought, wow. I thought, fuck you. I thought to myself, exactly this shitty type of treatment and ignorance is the reason why a huge number of unreported rapes and assaults are never brought to light, never made public, and the acts are never published, because every single fucking case counts. At least if you want a free society on equal footing that makes people understand each other, thereby nurturing and protecting each other. Art makes that possible, not statistics. Are Me Too and artistic freedom compatible in this respect? Yes. Fucking yes. Have I hit as many triggers as possible now? Well, I hope so. I have. Thank you very much for listening and sharing. Please do something about it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Paul Poit. Sorry for mispronouncing your name. Thank you very much. So this brings us to the second closing statement. Sephora Heimann, I kindly ask you for your contribution.
Statement auf Englisch halten und deswegen...
Sephora is going to give her statement in English, which is why she will have 5 minutes longer. This is not her native language. Sephora is the co-founder of the collective theater in Paris, the Me Too Theater. It consists of activists, artists, and a lawyer who specializes in sexual violence in the theater. The team mainly handles cases in the subsidized theater sector. Sephora is co-founder, director, and actress.
Thank you. So I don't speak German, so I'm going to speak in English, and please forgive my accent. Have we lost our footing to such an extent, lost touch with our common sense, our sensibility, our clarity with our morality, that we can really question the viability of a way of thinking that would place the quality of a work over the life of a person? Because that's what we are talking about here. Making theater, making art, means performing what is real. We can decide to represent really reality in its crudeness, or we can aestheticize it, idealize it, fictionalize it, dialecticize it, even circumvent it. But the point is to render an account of it one way or another. Art, then, is the performance of reality. Feminism is as well. So what is reality? While we are talking warm and safe in our theaters, to paraphrase Primo Levi, while we are wondering about the autonomy and scope of a work, about the benefits of self-expression in all its creativity and the dissemination of talent, meanwhile, people are dying. Women are dying. Children are dying. While you fear for the freedom of your art, we are afraid for our lives. Because it's a matter of life and death, not a question of nature of art, not a philosophical question, not a theoretical question. While you are asking yourselves these questions, denouncing censorship and confusion, some people are afraid for their integrity, their dignity, their very existence, both real and symbolic. Since we began this Congress 48 hours ago, at least 320 feminicides have taken place around the world. More than 2,000 rapes or attempted rapes have taken place, and these figures represent likely a fraction of the real number. You think it has nothing to do with the subject? Actually, this touches on the very heart of the matter. We live in a world where the lives of women and minorities are less important than the right to create art. In a world where we can only ask this question quietly. No work of art is more important than a human being. We could stop there. One might consider that art and culture, which are supposed to convey humanist value, that are supposed to be part of the world's progressive thinking, would extend recognition to the people who contribute to the school of thought. And yet, that is not the case. It would seem that we need to find justifications in our minds signed by a rape culture that has inverted everything and legitimized all excesses, that has built an ethical mindset of defending and excusing violence. It would seem in this world, in this old world, that we need to argue to explain why it's more important, more ethical to ensure the preservation of an individual rather than a work of art or its creator. Separating a work from its author is an error in judgment, as such as it's fallacy to think that the work has an autonomy of its own or a supreme function whose efficiency and influence far exceeded the morals or actions of its creator. As an artist, I was trained in the cult of the all-powerful creator who could, if I was lucky, allow me to participate in this work. This was the absolute valorization of talent, which was a blank check to legitimize and permit everything and anything, everything. I was trained to believe that exoticizing and eroticizing my body was the only way for me to exist. I even went so far as to be satisfied with the process, to even desire it. I was trained to believe that suffering was part of the sacrifice that had to be made for the chance to participate to the transcendental work of these great geniuses. Geniuses. This word conceals a system, a myth. It's a cultural and classist construction. Who determines the criteria of recognition? Who decides what is handed down to posterity as universal? Genius is what has a cultural and economic capital to be heard, promoted, achieved, and celebrated. It is a self-perpetuating in specific social spheres, and it excludes the poor, woman, the racialized, the handicapped, the self-taught. It's a label reserved for a dominant minority that creates and uploads the codes. It's not a reflection of talent, but of the power of the person determining talent. No one, I hope, can claim that when you create, you don't include yourself in your work. No one can here deny that we believe in the structural and structuring virtue of culture. We are the product of what we see, we hear, we read. The relational and hierarchical patterns, the ways of interacting, the gender and racist stereotypes represented in the work as much a reflection of what we experience. After they are a projection of what we are called own, to live out, desire, unsync. Viewing a work that merely depicts racist acts does not combat racism. And it claims to do so. It does so only part. And the other part intrudes into my representations of the world, in what becomes mine, tolerable, banal, normalized. Culture helps to normalize my gaze. To say this is not to reduce art, it's not to give an inordinate power, it's not to act out, it's just act reality. Art renders complex as much as it normalizes. It constructs norms as much as it seeks to combat or depict them. And we are immersed in a culture that has turned everything on its head and constantly legitimizes and modernizes unacceptable relationships and practices. Rape culture has always been with us, to such an extent that it's hard to tell them apart. To claim that a work can be independently of the authors is a very curious stance, which divides individuals into several pigeonholes without these pigeonholes ever being linked together. I'm not divided. I don't divide myself into functions, role. You can't separate the woman from the victim. You can't separate the activist from the artist. You can't separate the intimate from the political. I'm a woman, artist, mother, actress, racialized, Jewish, and I'm all of these things at once, and it's from this place that I speak. I speak with my body, my history, my identities, my joy, and with what I have received and what I have acquired. And I don't shoot the part of myself that expresses itself when I reach my voice. Separating them from the work of the artist is based on a dangerous illusion that of a natural art. A work is an act produced by a person in an era with values and actions. A work does not emerge from nothing. It's not the fruit of human subject who has put into it consciously or unconsciously his vision of the world and a little of himself. And then there are those cases, so numerous, when the man artist aggressor acts precisely within the framework of his artistic work, taking advantage of his authority, his aura, his hegemonic power. And then what? Here too we must separate. Can we continue to view power sleevely, a work that is based on a real aggression? It's what we do when you look at Picasso, La Femme qui pleure, or Maria Schneider in The Last Tango in Paris. What feeling does that live in us? We're talking about the three cases that shook this country, and we've talked a lot about Caravaggio. What kind of art would we have invented if we had decided centuries ago not to celebrate his nonconformist naturalism? What kind of world would we have built? Where we would be today. It's not necessarily a question of concept culture, which is a fantasy brandished to muzzle progressive thought and which exists only in the projection of the dangers it could represent, because, let's be clear, the aggressor and their work continue to be protected again and again. We need to consider how, on the one hand, we can protect the people who take part in the collective work of creating and distributing a work, and on the other hand, we need to hear and believe the victims. If we want to be very clear, a man who kills, who commits intimate partner violence, has every chance of also committing assault in his work and the exercise of his art. The structures of domination are coherent. They cut across the private, public, professional, and artistic lines. And even so, let's go ahead and postulate that a work of art could be entirely separating from the individual who creates it. What's the difference? Do I want to be touched by a work produced by a man who, in other areas, has hurt, destroyed, abused his power? Do I agree with it ethically, morally? We've been told so often that art shouldn't be moral. It's quite convenient, in fact. Why shouldn't art be moral? Having an opinion, a thought, a moral judgment is what makes me an individual. Why should art do away with this? Of his ability, this possibility of expressing a moral point of view and shaping the world by exercising this thought? I would say here and now, if it were necessary to create art less well, to produce less powerful, less subversive, less free works to protect people, I'd support it. We often hear that moral art is boring, simplistic, Manichaean, that it limits creativity and power of free thoughts, that the artist is not there to judge what is right or wrong. We hear that censorship is looming on the horizon and that, well, you can't say anything anymore. Here we are. Yet, feminist art, moral, is both its production method and its contents art that doesn't create a hierarchy, that values care and takes a critical militant look, can produce great works. Every day I see how it opens up our imaginations. It's time to give a voice, a place to other stories, other ways of looking at them, other forms not yet convinced because there are too few opportunities and too few means to develop them. The patriarchy has been feeding us the same stories, the same recycled forms in a loop, offering up no new vision. It repeats the same vertical litany of artistic transcendence, disconnected from reality. It continues to pretend that reality and fiction never interact. This moral question, to which I feel we must return, in the end, has been appropriated by my opponents. They drape themselves in the fine cloak of humanism to argue that an art doesn't educate, that fascism looms in if morality interferes with art, and all in the name of their own morality, after all. Morality disqualified and untied of its substance. We seek to maintain order under the guise of humanism, protection of art and freedom of expression. There's also often an infantilizing condescension that implies that we haven't fully understood what art is all about. Thank you very much. We understand that what art is all about. We understand.
Thank you.
No, she's not finished.
I'm
Go
not
ahead.
finished yet?
Yeah, no.
There's you have one more minute.
One more minute.
Okay, so I'm gonna finish it because in English it's so long for me.
No, it's okay. No.
So I'm gonna conclude now. Today, after the session of crossed and contradictory reflection, there is just one truth we cannot escape. There are people who suffer. There are people who don't get justice and who will never get reparation because some things can never be repaired. What does it mean to see the person who attacked us applauded? Do we want to participate? Do we want to finance it? And what? Because we've collected 58,000 images of child pornography, raped children, or sexually assaulted women, we can no longer produce works that contribute to the spiritual and sensitive upliftment of the world, really? Radicality is said to be at feminism side, that we are excessive, we go too far, that we put too much emotion, too much politics. But I think what I said here is not radical. I just want a world in which everyone can live, create, and exist without being violated. A world that wouldn't celebrate an aggressor. And maybe it's time now to make a way for a world that isn't divided and that doesn't value one part of humanity at the expense of the other.
Thank you. Please conclude.
Yeah, yes,
Thank you, please. Because
to conclude, I would like to appeal to our individual responsibility. There is no end to the suggestion that we should go and applaud aggressors, explaining that it's for our good and the guarantee of our freedom. But you have a power, the power of the hashtag that brings to light a hidden reality that everyone knows. It's the power of people, the Republic of Love. It's the power of consciousness. Let's use it. Let's concern there, in fact. Let's show them the extent of ours. Let's explain to them empirically what it means to be moral.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Thank you, Sephora Hamann. Ich rufe nun die Jury auf.
I would now like to call on the jury to enter the room and come up on stage.
Und ich frage die Jury.
Okay, now I would like to ask the jury. Oh yes, it's not your turn yet. Thank you very much. Don't worry, we'll get to you.
Ist die Jury zu einer Entscheidung gekommen?
Has the jury come to a decision? In part. Please, go right ahead. Who is the spokesperson on the jury? We decided to share that task. Hope that's okay. Yes, that's fine.
Ich fange an mit den Leitfragen.
I will begin with the questions on Automüll. First of all, should his art be taken from the canon? Should not be placed on display in public museums? 3 persons of the jury did not answer the question, and 2 persons of the jury answered yes. Secondly, is the demand not to display pictures, is this perhaps an attack on artistic freedom? 4 votes no. Thirdly, are his pictures, like the Ash pictures, are they art, or are they pictures of abuse? All of us voted that they were evidence of abuse. So what about the commune? Was it a cult? And does the Republic of Austria have a responsibility vis-a-vis the children? Did they fail in their duty,
staatliche Entschädigungszahlungen zu.
do his victims, are they entitled to
Also wir konnten uns nicht ganz mit der Frage konform gehen, weil es ist ganz egal.
It's difficult for us to really answer that question. It doesn't matter if it's a cult or an art commune. For me, I thought it was definitely a cult. So this has definitely been subject to scientific inquiry, but said, regardless of that, the Republic of Austria failed in its duty to protect these children, and these victims are entitled to damages. Everyone in the jury voted yes on those counts.
Wir fahren fort.
Okay, let's continue.
Zu den Themen unserer zweiten Sitzung.
So the issue of our second session.
Ist es richtig, dass der ORF Produktion mit Florian Deichmeister aus dem Programm genommen hat und nicht mehr?
Is it legitimate that the ORF has taken productions of Florian Teichmeister out of the program? Yes.
Zweitens.
Secondly, and that was unanimous. Are the verbal public attacks on Teichmeister disproportionate? Or do they meet the category of incitement to hatred? Yes. Also unanimous. Did Wiener Burgtheater meet its responsibility as an employer? Did it act properly?
Nicht umfassend richtig reagiert.
We too said they did not act completely correctly. Two persons were unable to answer that question. Fourthly,
Muss der Staat für die Film-, TV- und Theaterbranche weitere Präventionsmaßnahmen
preventive measures and support structures that are necessary to be set up in the TV and film industry to protect people in the workplace? Two yeses. Two people said that this question could not be answered.
Dritten Fall, der Fall Rammstein, MeToo.
Now we come to the third case, Rammstein, MeToo in the music industry, prejudice and the lyrical first narrative. Question 1 is still in its artistic work a call for sexualized violence against women and a glorification of rape culture. Our opinion is that these were two different questions. The first question of whether this is a call for sexualized violence against women. Four of us said no. And is this a glorification of rape culture? Two said no, and two voted yes. Has Till Lindemann been permanently and unfairly damaged due to statements and accusations that cannot be proven to the state? Three no's. One.
Nicht auf die Frage antworten, weil die Frage so
unanswerable because the question was phrased inappropriately. The third question, did the Row Zero system obviously establish situations that encouraged sexualized violence? Is it still ethically justifiable for organizers to stage large concerts with Lindemann? Here, we actually had two questions at hand. On the first question, about Row Zero,
begünstigen, dreimal
three yes votes, one
zu der Frage nicht äußern.
No comment. And on the second question, is it still ethically justifiable for organizers to stage large concerts with Lindemann? Four of us answered yes. Fourthly, is the protection of the privacy of prominent defendants generally dominant in suspicious-based reporting so that the protection of victims should be strengthened? All of us were unable to answer that question.
Also, was einfach daran liegt, dass die Frage
It has to do with the fact that the question, as we saw it, was not very clear. Thank you very much to the jury. We accept your ruling, and it will be added to the minutes and will be presented in writing to the Council of the Republic.
Des allen bisher Gehörten und den Ergebnissen zu ziehen, sowohl aus den zwei Kongresstagen als auch zu den Eröffnungen.
And we will hear a synthesis, if you wish, of the events of the last several days. You are given the floor for 5 minutes each if you care to make a statement on what you have heard and seen these last several days. I open the floor to all of you.
Starte ich. Genau. Das sind die schnell gefasstesten Schlussfolgerungen.
So, I think these were the fastest decisions I was ever able to make, particularly with regard to the amount of time that we've been sitting here.
In den nächsten Tag kommen, nehme ich an. Ich habe
And I'm sure we will have to see what will come to mind in the next several days.
verantwortungsvoll und ich füge hinzu,
I think that this event was very important because it presented a multiplicity of perspectives, and it also included witness testimonies in order to increase our awareness. We heard many discussions about men and convicted and alleged perpetrators of abuse.
Wir haben Meinungen, Tatsachen über
We heard facts and opinions on legal perspectives, and many views were not represented because those persons were absent.
schon etwas ernüchtert zurückgelassen fühle.
I have to say that I feel rather sober in my work, and I think that it's very important to consider that we have, particularly with regard that we have given perpetrators a great deal of airtime. Victims shouldn't have to hide. It's important for the art sector to gain political and capital so that we can shed light on these cases of abuse. And of course, this does entail decisions with regard to funding. We saw that violence, of course, is a shapeshifter. We believe that we need to continue to work on shedding light on these issues and protecting victims. I hope that the current structures will be questioned. This is not a competition, of course, who is more intellectual or who are more economically viable, but we have to orient ourselves according to social principles and human rights.
Performativen Formats wünsche ich mir als Kuratorin
as a curator, I would like to see perpetrators not being placed at the center of the discussion. I would like to see a more transformative format.
Maria
Schrader touched on this with She Said, and she was able to highlight these issues without focusing on the perpetrator. And I think that this would certainly contribute to the excellence of the Vienna Congress. Such an analysis sometimes contributes to the rehabilitation of perpetrators rather than attacking these structures that are conducive to the abuse of power. As activism and professionalism are often not differentiated enough. We discussed across 17 hours. Many difficult issues were touched on, and we need a document in order to ensure the transfer of knowledge. After all, measures are important, not just at the Vienna Congress, but also throughout the art sector in order to prevent the abuse of power. As to the questions of the Congress, the fact that these are all yes or no questions, and some of the questions were too generally formulated or not very clear, because the issue is very complex. We need radical transparency, we need contextualization, and we have to decide on a case-by-case basis in order to determine the abuse of power. We need, of course, reflection and prevention.
Danke. Bitte das nächste Mitglied.
So the next member, please. I have already said enough today. I just wanted to add that something that's very important for any political subject. It's important never to leave the loot there for your enemy. If that's what they're aiming at, we have to provide, for instance, chocolate and luxury for everyone. If dumb old men have said that they are geniuses, we can't do it with geniuses. Then we have to only say that you are authoritarian assholes, and then you are not allowed to claim the mantle of genius if you haven't deserved it. Thank you very much. Svenja, please. Yes, I can fully support that. I have seen this, in fact, on numerous occasions. That interventions that I welcome very much seem to aim downward instead of upward. A couple of years ago, there was an enormous debate about who is allowed to translate whom. And activists, for example, said that only people with a very particular skin color or a particular background can translate people with that particular skin color background. I would have found it much more emancipatory if we had said that we tomorrow have the right to translate Richard Ford or whoever. It should not be limited to just one small group. We should be able to empower ourselves, just like you should. I think we can translate everything. I would find that much better to see us move upward and broaden our horizons. It's important also to focus on the concept of power and coercion. Of course, power, creates power structures and a balance of power, and this, of course, limits people's autonomy. It makes it more difficult to act as an agent of yourself. And there is, of course, coercion, where you are completely powerless to do anything, to make any decisions. This is very important. Of course, there are people, and we saw this, I think, in the first portion of this Congress, we were able to give victims a great deal of space to tell their story. What the children and now adults experience at Friedrichshof, this was coercion. And what women experience in domestic violence, this is definitely coercion. And these are cases, of course, that should be legally prosecuted and punished. But this is something different. If the imbalance of power is such that it reduces my autonomy, but there's no coercion at play, then in my opinion, we should begin to question these power structures. We should analyze them very carefully. And on the other hand, we need to reach out to those victims. We need to strengthen their autonomy as much as possible. And it is a fatal mistake, I think, today amongst feminists to reverse the burden of proof and blame the victim, whereas you are blaming women for what's been done to them. This is victim blaming, and I categorically reject that. We need to empower women. This is not victim blaming, and this is exactly what feminism is.
Sophia Süßmilch.
Ich habe jetzt nichts vorbereitet.
Sophia Süßmilch. I haven't prepared anything. And I, of course, could initiate a discussion with Svenja Flaspuller, of course, but maybe we'll do that later.
Natalie Assmann hat mich hierher gelobt.
Natalie Assmann got me on board by telling me about the cases. She's the dramaturge here at the Vienna Congress. And I basically said yes, because I have been somewhat involved with all the cases to a certain extent.
Die alle sehr unterschiedlich sind, mich dann
the issues at play, of course, are all very different, but they were very moving to me.
Ziemlich feministisch 2017. Ich glaube, ich war da schon untergründig immer so ein bisschen.
I have been very political and very feminist in my activities.
Nicht sehr leidenschaftlich zu werden, wie man vielleicht an der einen oder anderen Stelle.
Perhaps it was very difficult to control my passions, perhaps. That doesn't mean I was wrong. And of course, I had differences of opinion, as you may have seen. Despite the format, we have certainly shown the light on perpetrators, but we have given space to others, which is extremely important. I think it is very important that the case of Otto Müller is addressed, because I've been focusing on that since 2011, since I came to Vienna, and it's kind of a thread that has run through this entire Congress.
Dass man auch nach diesen Kongressen jetzt
I think it would be important for everyone here to go home and talk to your friends about what you've seen and heard at the Vienna Congress.
Aber ich hoffe doch.
And talk about what you've learned. Thank you very much.
Now, before the Council takes a vote, we're going to hear from the last expert, Elisabeth Schäfer, and she's going to present the most relevant questions that will later on need or should be taken into consideration in the future. Elisabeth Schäfer, please.
Elisabeth Schäfer.
Elisabeth Schäfer is a head of department at the Department of Philosophy at the Psychotherapy Department of Psychotherapy at the Sigmund Freud Private University. Thank you very much. Today I've been invited to give this statement to you, and I am the last speaker. First off, let me present my position. I address you as a philosopher, as a psychoanalyst, and also as a member of the group Matilda, which is exactly that group that deals with the art in context of violence. Milo Rau yesterday told me that the purpose of those concluding remarks are not meant to be a lecture in philosophy, maybe a bit funny or maybe an appeal. Let me tell you a funny story. It goes back to a time when I've been working with my colleagues of the Matilda group at that time within the scope of a project, a research project on the critical review of the Müllsekt. During the work of the project was a certain moment when my solidarity regarding the children that had to grow up involuntarily, and if I remember correctly, somebody said it was totalitarian and fascist. When I'm telling you this today, well, there's most likely something that will come as a surprise to all of you, but that says a lot about what we have discussed at the two congresses here. We need solidarity vis-à-vis victims of violence. That is very often referred to as totalitarian. That has not just been said about me, but also the Me Too movement is very often called authoritarianism. And this story says more than my own personal experience. What happens here is that an ethical attitude of solidarity with vulnerable groups and with people who have actually been hurt is declared an attitude that does not leave any room for further differentiation. And that would mean how I defined totalitarianism. That is a system that suppresses individual elements, that leaves us no room for any differences. Is that seriously how we define ethics? Well, ethical questions should not be differentiating. Is that something, a statement which we can agree with? I very much hope not. So Laurie Anderson said, ethics is the aesthetics of the future. I'm going to come back to this. In the past few days, we have discussed something that James Davison Hunter in the 90s referred to as culture wars. Today, when we talk about culture wars, we discuss social, societal conflict standards. And maybe we should ask ourselves why we need to talk about wars, why we talk about them in the first place. And also, wars are reproduced in the Republic of Love. Do we not rather need to discuss basic questions of social order and pluralist identities? Since Friday night, we have been discussing whether, for example, listening and take contemporary witnesses and their accounts seriously, and whether structural discrimination of victims becomes a threat of artistic freedom that is enshrined in the Constitution in Austria. It was repeatedly said how important it is to guarantee artistic freedom. And it is something I would never like to contest. And here, a very oversimplified concept of freedom was a comparison that was made, and I do believe that is not something we should do. If we have artistic freedom, then we should think this through to the very end. Julia Möbus Puck, the director of the Vienna Museum of Actionism,
ungewohnte These gehört, dass Freiheit und Verantwortung.
It was said that freedom and responsibility exclude each other. That is something I simply need to comment.
Schließen sich Freiheit und Verantwortung.
Do freedom and responsibility really exclude each other? No, not at all. Freedom without responsibility is an illusion, and responsibility without freedom is the lack of power. They go hand in hand with each other. Freedom means to take responsibility. And that was a bit of a remix that went back to Adorno. Well, art can be a space where new things can be created, new things that are not limited by norms and standards. However, this space does not mean that everything is permitted. Art does not take place outside the world, but right in the middle, which is why it cannot withdraw from its responsibility. Sophia Süßmilch has insisted on the question where does responsibility start when it comes to artistic freedom. It does not mean that everything is permissible and allowed, because freedom has to do with bodies that are vulnerable with social injustice, with power structures, and therefore it is responsible right at the border between freedom and responsibility. And it is right at this border where art always interacts with politics. If a contemporary witness and a survivor of sexual violence to which she was exposed in the Mühl sect, and for more than 30 years she has been asking who were the responsible political decision makers, and when will they finally confront their failures, their responsibility, then, quite openly, I need to tell you, I have a hard time imagining how somebody can live their lives when more than 30 years you have not received an answer to this question. This is a specific appeal, an appeal to all the political decision makers of all of the parties. The SBO was mentioned a couple of times, especially those parties that were responsible for provincial government at that time. Please make sure you critically review that part of your history, your role in history, and please take your responsibility. You need to give the victims answers, and you need to recognize the fact that there are other people that ask for their own recognition. Please make sure you do not fail to give them answer. Fritz Lackinger yesterday was quite cautious when he talked about the common denominator of sexual predators. Deliberately, he was cautious, but he talked about an early childhood trauma, a disturbed relationship with the parents. And he didn't individualize that, but he also asked what social structures would promote the fact that adults will fail to recognize the needs of children. In other words, they do not take responsibility. If we in cultural institutions again remain silent and do not answer, again we traumatize people. Now, what we need to do, this patriarchy cannot repeat it here. A ban on the freedom of expression is something that is imminent in sexual violence, in abuse. All of the victims, what does it mean to them that when a convicted felon in our society is of more worth than the victims that are humiliated against? And dear members of the Council, you're going to decide on the fact whether institutions like museums, theater, or the Vienna Festival or artistic education institution are going to take their responsibility seriously, because very often they have hidden behind an allegedly neutral concept of artistic freedom. And in summary, we dealt with 3 questions. First of all, things that what we refer to as the Me Too movement is that of restriction of artistic freedom. The Me Too movement is, of course, not a restriction, not a limitation. It's an invitation for critical reflection. After all, is it possible for a society to reflect its own power structures and still be free in its art? If you base on exploitation, if art is based on exploitation, can it truly be free? Me Too broke the silence, and that is the prerequisite for every fair and just society and every institution. Second, can the art be separated from the artist? This separation has never been neutral. It was complacent. It protected perpetrators and helped us forget the victims. Of course, there is an aesthetic that goes beyond an individual, but we cannot pretend that as if art were created in a vacuum. To separate art from the artist can be done, and if we discuss this long enough, it makes sense in analytical terms. However, it should not mean that abuse and violence is being instrumentalized. Curatorship is not a natural law. It is very important because you take a decision as to what is heard, what is shown. And this decision is not just aesthetical, it is political, it is ethical. And you need to be criticized, you need to justify who will get a platform, who will be invited, who's not invited, while others are traumatized, forgotten, marginalized. 3, is it possible that art should be shown with a proper contextualization? Yes, but it needs to be more than a fig leaf. Otherwise, it needs to be critical, and it has to specify what has happened. Art can confront, but it cannot be glorified. If a piece of art has emerged within a context of violence, we need to negotiate and discuss this context. Critical workshops, etc., should not just be an aside. Power structure should be made visible, and that also means, when in a doubt, do not show a painting simply because this would humiliate the victims or structures would be reproduced. So, what is the mandate to be fulfilled by art institutions? Art institutions are part of our social memory. The way they show it, who they make visible, all of this will characterize our vision of the world, our ideas of the world. If they just reproduce what powerful voices will say, they do not meet their obligations. MUMOC was invited to provide a critical contextualization. Marie-Therese is to be thanked for that. Also, we need institutions that do not forget, that do not turn a blind eye, that do not put everything in perspective, but rather take the responsibility for what they facilitate and for what they prevent, which is why it's so important. Please do not vote against silencing. Vote in favor of critical contextualization. Ethics is the aesthetics of the future by Laurie Anderson is a poetic wordplay that can be interpreted at several levels. It plays with the link of future ethics and aesthetics, and the word future is distorted to future, spelled F-E-U, which in English means just a handful. So that means aesthetics will become responsible for those that are marginalized by society. Thank you very much.
Danke. Bevor wir zu dieser wichtigen Abstimmung kommen, habe ich...
Before we move on to the very important vote, we have 4 requests.
An 4 Schreiben erreicht, also in der letzten Nacht. Und
we have received 4 letters. This was last night, and I'd like to read those out before we get to the vote of the Council of the Republic. First is from Julia Möders-Puck. Dear Natalie, dear Robert, thank you very much for today. This was, of course, referring to yesterday. I'd never had so many opponents, but I've learned a great deal. In my last statement, I did not get the opportunity to say the following. Please say this. Sophia Süß said, when she was questioning me at the beginning, that she had been contacted to work together with the museum. That is true, but not as an artist, but as a partner, together with Frieda Benekes and Rita Schwanberg, to talk on rituals in art and Vienna actionism. Sophia Süß was unable to attend due to scheduling conflicts. I don't want her to accuse me. I don't want her to accuse me that we are not trying to contextualize these paintings. This would have been an opportunity to take a position. For this reason, I'm looking forward to tomorrow's panel.
Liebe Nathalie, nicht das Lesen. Gerade in solchen geschlossenen, ist also ein weiteres Schreiben. Achso, jetzt werde ich gecancelt oder zensuriert. Nein.
I have another letter.
Verfolgung von Straftaten.
This has to do with the prosecution of crimes in cults. This was with regard to Ruth Burgunder. Unfortunately, crimes are committed that are difficult to recognize and difficult to prosecute. I believe that the legislator should think long and hard about how to act effectively and in a targeted way in order to adapt investigations to include other crimes, for example, totalitarian control, or to bring about increased awareness among the public authorities. And then another statement from Fatima Fili from Aufstehen. We never called for a legal ban of the concerts. We only wanted to call on people not to give alleged perpetrators a stage. This morning I received this. Madam Chair, recently angry Kami from the Council of the Republic would like further contextualization of Paul Poet's final statement. I am going to grant you the floor.
Vielen Dank für die Stattgebung.
Thank you very much for granting my request. My name is Jason Aziz. I'm a queer activist, and I am an anarcho-communist.
Mich wurden einige Informationen von den Festwochen Menschen hier und auch im Rat zutragen. Und
I was given a great deal of information for people here for the Council of the Republic, and I was asked to provide context to the speech given by Paul Poet. Paul Poet published 2015 the documentary film My Talk with Florence. This film came about from an interview with Florence Bonnier, who was a former member of the Automühl cult or commune. Florence Bonnier talks about her time in the cult, and she talks about her personal experiences with sexualized violence. Paul Poet published this film without her knowledge and without her consent.
Somit sind alle Anträge,
Thank you very much.
allen Anträgen sind stattgegeben worden.
All of the requests were granted and were carried out.
Nun tatsächlich
So, this now brings me to the final portion of this Congress.
zur Entscheidung über allgemeine Fragestellungen.
This is the final decision on general issues for the Vienna Festival by the delegate of the Council of the Republic. As you know, the questions are as follows.
Ich lese sie nochmals alle drei.
I will read them out one more time. The first question: is the international Me Too movement a restriction on artistic freedom? Yes or no? Second question: is the curation and programming of the Vienna Festival, should the work be viewed, assessed, categorized separately from its creators? Yes or no? Should art created in violent and/or abusive contexts be allowed to be shown at the Vienna Festival with appropriate contextualization?
Gezeigt werden dürfen, ja oder nein?
Yes, no.
Vorgehensweise. Die Abgesandten des Rates
The delegates of the Council of the Republic will decide by a show of hands openly. A question is answered positively if the absolute majority of the delegates vote in favor, in simple terms. So, now let us come to the vote. My deputy, please. Basic question. Number one, is the international media movement a restriction on artistic freedom? Yes. Who votes yes?
Ist es richtig, dass es zwei...
Is that correct? There is only 2 people? 3.
Ach so. Wer gehört zum Rat der Republik?
Who is a member of the Council of the Republic? Maybe you could stand up
Aufstehen, und dann ist das ganz sicher.
so that I can see that very clearly.
Sie bitte vielleicht...
Marco Toya, perhaps you could go through and count,
Das ist ein Verfahren, das muss...
because you say this is a procedure that has to be carried out very precisely
Ihr Ergebnis, ich muss das dann
so that we can record the result appropriately.
23 Personen sind zur Abstimmung bereit.
23 people here are present and have a right to vote.
Ich frage jetzt noch
Thank you very much. I'm going to read the question out once again. Is the international Me Too movement a restriction on artistic freedom? Who
der Mitglieder des Rates der Republik
votes
ja.
yes as a member of the Council of the Republic?
Zwei Personen.
I see only 2 persons. 3. Still 3. Yes.
Wer stimmt mit
Who
Nein?
is voting against?
Neunzehn.
19.
Wer hat nicht abgestimmt?
Is there somebody who did not vote?
Zwei Personen.
2 persons did not vote.
So.
Frage 2. Soll in der Kuration
Basic question. In the curation and programming of the Vienna Festival, should the work be viewed, assessed, and categorized separately from its creator? Who vote yes?
Ich sehe eine Person, stimmt das?
I see 1 person, 2 people. Is that correct?
Können Sie bitte eine Handzeichen machen, aber deutlich?
Could you please raise your hand very clearly? 2 persons.
2 stimmen für Ja.
2 people vote yes for no. Who votes no?
Index no Kalkulator. 20.
20. Somebody did not vote. 3 persons did not vote.
Ja.
Grundfrage 3. Soll
Third question.
Kunst, die in Gewalt und/oder
Should art created in violent and abusive contexts be allowed to be shown at the Vienna Festival with appropriate contextualization?
Wer stimmt für Ja?
Who votes yes?
Wer für Nein?
No?
Wer hat nicht abgestimmt?
Who did not vote?
Gut. Die Ergebnisse werden im Protokoll erfasst.
The results will be reflected in the minutes.
Etwaige Bemerkungen und
You now have 4 minutes to express any comments on your conclusions. Please step up to the microphone and state your name.
maximal 1 Minute zur Verfügung.
Each comment is allotted 1 minute.
Hallo, mein Name ist
My name is Muriel Meissner. In the council, I think we
ein Ja, aber oder Ja und oder Nein.
were able to vote yes, but, no, but. I voted yes on the first question because we understood artistic freedom
Kunst schaffen, zeigen und
to be
zu verkaufen und nur mit der
aimed at the creation of art and the sale of art, of course, not subject to certain laws. Then I would say yes. It is a restriction of the way we understand artistic freedom today, and I think this is important for us to reflect on this further
Kunstfreiheit zur Verantwortung macht,
and to instill a sense of responsibility in artistic freedom. That's why I voted yes. Thank you very much. Are there any further comments? My name is Christine Reintra. I am a member of the Council of the Republic. And I would like to address the second question. I abstained. The idea was whether or not the Vienna festivals could curate works and could these be viewed and assessed separately from the creators. But I think it's important to assess the context here with Automüll. I think that is quite clear that this is an essential element. On ongoing proceedings and cases, I would say yes. However, it is different for me when the person in question has already been subject to legal proceedings, for example, and they are in agreement with Mr. Teichtmeister. I don't see why he shouldn't be allowed to act. He has already been convicted. He recognizes his guilt, and he is already in therapy, and I don't see it as conducive for him to be banned from the profession for life. Are there any other comments? Anything you would like to add? Any thoughts?
Ja, bitte schön.
My name is Olga Flaum, and I would like to comment on the third question. A yes or no is a bit difficult. Contextualization, what is that? Who is participating in that contextualization process? Of course, we can do that, but we do need a much broader horizon for that. We need a variety of voices and perspectives, even to recognize this context, and then to talk about what context we are going to use to display these works of art. So it's very difficult, really, to answer that question with yes or no. Even now, in the Wiener Congresses, of course, 2 weekends, of course, this was very multifaceted. We were given so much information, and the contexts were very broad. Thank you very much. Are there any other comments? No. It seems that there are no more comments. For that reason,
Entscheidung des Rates hiermit nochmals mit den Ergebnissen zusammenfassen.
I will be summarizing the decisions cast by the Council of the Republic. Question 1, the international Me Too movement. Is this a restriction on artistic freedom? 19 voted no.
Eine Entscheidung, dass das eben nicht der Fall ist.
That is a clear decision that is not the case. Question 2. Should work in the arts be considered separately when curating programming the Vienna Festival?
Beurteilt und eingeordnet werden. 2 Stimmen haben für
2 voted yes,
20 für Nein.
20 no.
Eine Mehrheit für
And this is a very clear majority for no. The last question, whether art created in violent contexts may also be present as a part of the Vienna Festival, provided that it is sufficiently contextualized. 11 people voted yes.
8 Personen
8
für Nein.
voted no,
Mehrheit für Ja erzielt wurde.
with a majority voting yes.
Für Ihre Mitwirkung, für Ihre
I would like to thank you for your participation, for your patience, and for your discipline. Thank you very much for your attention.
2025 auf der Website der Freien Republik Wien abgerufen werden.
You will be able to follow the proceedings on the 7th of June on YouTube.
This Code of Conduct
And of course, the work here will be included in the Vienna Congress Code of Conduct, which is currently being drawn up in accordance with the Vienna Declaration. We would like to thank everyone involved on both weekends. Thank you very much. I hereby close the meeting.
Steht auf, ihr Töchter und ihr Söhne, steht auf, für aller Menschen Recht. Lasst den Faschisten keine Chance und hört den Anfängern wie Felsen fest. Steht auf, wir Kapellen und wir Chöre. Steht auf, solange es noch geht. Lasst unsere Stimme